all of the American Indigenous, Aboriginal, Indians, in the same sense. Make it a big deal, but it's all the same thing. I want to play a song or two, give everybody a chance to get in. We may not get too many people in this early Sunday morning. I want this to be a very um, uh, good bill. So, quite a few books. I don't think I'll be able to go over all, but with every ones we are not going over, what I'll do is make sure that I'm listing them and at least try to briefly go into some of the information that I want you to do, which page it's on, try and find a better way to organize getting a lot of information out when I find that it's not enough time. So we're going to get it started with a quick one. Demo on the beat. I couldn't believe it. Even without an eye, and I still couldn't see it. Blind, blind, blind. We find demons. We find demons. I'm still in the feeds. Now you get to watch me get it up out of the mud. I couldn't believe it. Even when I was out of high, I still couldn't see it. This is much deeper than flesh and blood. Nigga, we find demons. I've been double there by the devil, and I'm still undefeated. Now y'all get to watch me get it up out of the mud. Now y'all get to see me without a mud. Everything that I do gon' be out of love. And I'm tired of these trials and these tribulations. And I'm sick of my name. I was getting drunk, but no, I ain't budge. All of this money and you not pursuing it. All of this time you don't know what to do with it. Counterproductive and counterintuitive. Why you be acting like you already knew to it? Straight from the gutter, boy, we getting sewer. Brother, I'm having sinus issues. Let your girl know if you want to help me read, bro. What's up? How you doing? When you saving no stuff and it messes them up. When we only find where we stay on our grind. All of my niggas is stepping it up and they put on our neck and no letting it up. We love what the plan for even the battle. My son is a science and he's putting at us. Need us more chances. I know we got them. I know it's in us. I'm breaking it out. I know ain't perfect. I'm making them model on Capitol Hill and I'm bringing them hollows. The path and emotion. Nobody follow. I couldn't believe it. Even when not an eye, and I still couldn't see it. This is much deeper than flesh and blood. Nigga, we fighting demons. I was there by the devil, I'm still in the fields. Now you get to watch me get it up out of the mud. I couldn't believe. Even when I was out of high, I still couldn't see it. All right, bro. Peace. Nigga, we fighting demons. Lemoyne, Willie, Lily. Peace, brothers. I get to watch me get it up out of the mud. We fall on this road this longer. Fighting each other won't make us no stronger. Honey, this niggas been fighting this longer. Hey. My voice ain't getting no longer. No changes silence, I'm making it through. I'm from a terror and table or two. They won't believe what I'm able to do. I'm making these moves, but this is a new movement. My dog at the gate and I'm praising the niggas. I'm getting too late and my folk at the duties. On my way up and I break through your roof. Shot from the moon and it made me a star. Got so much time I can make it tomorrow. Can't promise today that I'm making tomorrow. Every time that we make it to pay what we borrow. To pay what we borrow. Play one more of my faves and we're gonna get started. Let me see.
When you're good.
That's not it, baby. Let me get down. I forgot I got these stupid commercials right here now. Because I refuse to keep playing this YouTube because I wanted to get my system fixed. All right, guys, here we go. One more, and we're about to get started.
It's a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it. The truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation. Walking lost in this matrix. Praying God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape for the lost generation. This a lost generation. We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this make at us, man. Praying God come and save us out here. Do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation where everything's fun and games. We drink and we smoke just to numb the pain. We scream for the cops when a brother gets shot. Then we march for our money, don't nothing change. Damn, I'm tired of these fucking games, shit. We gotta do something, man. They label us black, our history snatched. We don't even know where the fuck we came from. They gave you another name. Watched it and gave you another
name, another plan, another history.
So make sure you play it right. When you give it your all, you sleep when you lay at night. I am a ray of light. That's an affirmation, something that you could say right. I hope this word get exposed. I swear this cycle's getting old.
Yeah, it's old.
Shit, we couldn't deal with it. Shit from further from their souls. This world is so cold. Thinking myself like, damn, sometimes I don't want to have babies. Like, damn, what they gonna have faith in? I guess all I can say is, damn, it's a lost generation. We starving for greatness.
Hungry for it.
We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill.
We getting fed though.
Walking lost in this matrix, praying God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. It's a lost generation. We're starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation.
Look at us, look at us, look at us. We're the greatest at everything.
You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. Where youngest be selling us dope, and politicians sell us hope. We never noticed all the power we got in our hands. They trick us and tell us to vote. Why should I care about July 4th? That one what my people died for was given religion and put up in a wicked system. But this shit won't our choice.
So what?
Yours. There's different meanings of freedom. You need to define yours.
Different meanings. Freedom of the mind, body, and soul.
Because I can the president speak for me. Clean up the streets and find peace for me. They can't part the Red Sea for me. If I thought that, leave it free.
Listen up, listen up.
The hand they dealing us is deadly. Let's come together for protection. They use the air, food, and water as weapons.
Air, food, and water.
I need my people to help me. The time is now. We need plans.
Just finished Sun Game White Falcon a little while ago. That's what's up.
We starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation.
Look at us.
Praying God come and save you. You'll do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation. It's a lost generation. We're starving for greatness. We hardly can make it, and truth is a pill that we hardly can take. Look at our generation, walking lost in this matrix. Praying God come and save you.
That's right.
Do it for yourself if you really want to help. Otherwise, it'd be hard to escape with a lost generation.
I think that you take one of the old started good with this guy. If you had his GDP, I think some cool motherfuckers sat down a long time ago and said, let's figure out a way we can control this money. That's what they came up with, the Bible. Because if the guy wrote the Bible, I'm sure it would have been a revised copy by now. You know what I mean? Because a lot of shit has changed. And I've been looking for this revised copy, and I don't see it.
What's going on? What's going on with my family? Guys, we're about to get into this information. A little sinuses. Again, this weather's been crazy. Like 106, 107, 108. I would think that it would burn out all the the inflammation in my sinuses, but that hasn't happened. Yeah, we're gonna get into this read real quick and kind of go from there, guys. Let's start here. A couple of things we're gonna read, and I am going to get into this one first off. We're gonna start with the people of South America, going into the Indigenous, the Checas. I don't know if this particular book mentions them, but this is all the same thing. The canning today is specifically on the canning of America, the canning of putting something together, a story, so on and so forth. Quite a few things. Today is going to be hopefully not too long, but I want to be able to go over quite a few different things. I postponed this live already, and I'm not going to do it again today. So if I do omit anything that I wanted to present in here today, we will definitely be doing a part 2 on it if need be, and we'll go from there. All right, so let's get started. All right. The people of South America. Speculation about the origin of human beings in the Western Hemisphere has been has been right ever since the discovery of America in an age when the Old Testament was accepted and inspired history and discovered of populations in the New World raised a theological rather than a scientific problem, or at the New World raised, I'm sorry, or at any rate a scientific problem which had to be settled within an established theological framework. The naive speculations of the early conquistadors were inevitably committed to the traditional biblical world picture and had to find a place for the native people in America. Listen, this is a good part. And had to find a place for the native people of America. Within that picture, thus within a few years of the conquest, the Biblia Polyglota in 1569 to 73 recorded the view that the population of the American were descended from Shem, son of Noah, after the biblical deluge. An alternative view was that certain of the tribes of Israel dispersed by the Assyrians had found a refuge in a new home in the Western Hemisphere. Others derived the origin of the American people from lost continents of Mu in the Pacific of Atlantis and Atlantic. While these wild and grouping guesses are no more than a historical curiosity today, the attitude of mind which may represent is of the interest to us, since it is antipathetic to the serious preservation of native cosmological myth and the local beliefs about origins. Insofar as they were in conflict with biblical truth, they were contemptuously rejected by the early chroniclers as as pernicious follies and deceits of the devil. Thus, a wealth of material which might have been an inestimable value to the modern student was inevitably lost. Only slightly later, nativist views were put forward, which took the form of locating the biblical creation in the Garden of Eden in the New World. The Garden of Eden in the New World. You guys hear this, right? Let me read that part again. Only slightly later, nativist views, nativist views were put forward, which took the form of locating the biblical creation and the Garden of Eden in the New World. But how would it be in the New World? I thought it was in the Holy Land over there in Israel, which is not America, which is another part. That's a whole other question, right? Okay, check this out. An early view of this type was propounded in the 17th century by the Spaniard Antonio de Leon Pinella, who settled in the province of Charcas from the Checas, now Bolivia, and in his book El Paraíso in El Nuevo Mundo, asserted that the earthly paradise was situated and the creation according to Genesis took place in and then little known province of Mojos in western Bolivia, and that the rest of the world was populated from there. A similar view was put forward a century ago by the Bolivian scholar Amaterio Villamil de Rada, who in a book entitled La Lengua de Aden tried to prove on etymological grounds that the Amara was the original language of mankind and that there is all other tongues were derived from that. He thought that the human race had originated in Sarada, a canton at the foot of Mount Ilapa in the eastern cordillera of the Bolivian Andes. The first scientific defense of the view that mankind originated in South America was argued by the Argentinian paleontologist Florentine Amagali in 1880, and various claim to have found paleontological evidence of ancient man in South America, though without going so far as to assert that these were the original progenitors of all mankind, have persisted until recently. These claims have not stood up to criticism, and it is now generally accepted to be pretty well beyond dispute that man first, I'm sorry, that man first entered America by migration across the Bering Strait during the last phases of the final glacial period, probably about 20,000 BC. At that time, the ice cap held captive vast quantities of water, with the result that the sea level was 300 feet lower than at present. Thus, the present Bering Strait was a broad isthmus, forming a land bridge between Asia. Listen, between Asia and North America. And as you guys recall, remember, Asia was Asia America, just like Russia was America. Anyone that did not see that bill that we did some months back that actually showed that Asia was America. There was Asia America, there was Northern America, Southern America, and then there was Russia America. So anyone that's seen that, they would know that that's the fact, right? So this is kind of more confirmation that this was like walking distance. Just like now, if there was a bridge, you could walk from Alaska to Russia. Like seriously, they try to act like everything's so far, but it's like all the same thing. The native people of America, who were of predominantly Mongoloid stock, natives are Mongoloid, immigrated from the region of Siberia. They came from Siberia. They were not Americans. It's telling you right here. The Native Americans are not Americans. They immigrated from the region of Siberia. It slowly spread from Alaska southwards. So going south, coming more into the Southern American areas, and making the broadness of the natives in the land. Reaching Tierra del Fuego not later than about 500, about 5,000 BC. They brought with them the elements of a Stone Age culture, which included the use of fire techniques of cutting and grinding bones, flint chipping and dressing of skins, and perhaps various shamanistic religions, observance and rituals such as birth, puberty, and death rites. It is not possible to determine over what period the waves of immigration by way of the Bering Strait continued, but we can be confident they did not go on after the melting of the last great ice cap. Now, we've spoken about this before. I thought this was important for you guys to get because we mentioned that they talk about the mud flood, right? The great mud flood, so on and so forth. And I've mentioned before that with that great mud flood, incoming the flood of water would have been from the melting of the ice. So once the ice started melting, the voyage. If you guys remember, we did read that they were saying how the particular Moor, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name, the Moor was showing them how to come over into the Americas because there was a pathway. So he led them through after the ice and everything melted, the mud flooded so many things out. There was like a gap in the ice cap. So they were able to actually get through. This is how they came over into the Americas. Keeping that in mind. All right. So hold on. Starting already, guys. I'm trying. All right. Where was I at? Just a moment. Okay. They brought with them the elements of the Stone Age, in which included the use of fire techniques, blah, 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 skins, perhaps various shamanistic religious observances of rituals of the birth, purity, blah, 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 of immigration by way of the Bering Strait continue. But we can be confident they did not go on after the melting of the last great ice cap, the melting of that ice cap, which allowed the flood to come in and created the mud flood and allowed the immigrants to start to find a way or a new trail over into the new trail over into the Americas. Um, hold on one second. What, babe? All right, guys. Sorry about that. Okay. Um, it is not possible to determine over what period the waves of immigration by way of the Bering Strait continued, but we can be confident they did not go on after the melting of the last great ice cap. They therefore ceased before agriculture was known anywhere in the world, and the hunting and the food gathering stage of development lasted in America some 10,000 to 15,000 years, or in some regions were unsuited to agricultural virtuality until this present day. Probably between 4,000 in 3000 BC, at a reasonable estimate, Native American plants began to be domesticated in a few areas, and the three prime American food products, maize, beans, and squash, spread widely over the South and North America in the large numbers of various adapted to the local conditions and the pastoral stage. The pastoral stage. When you hear the pastoral stage, set the stage, the scene, right? We're going to get into that. During which the llama, the alpaca, and the cavy or the guinea pig was domesticated to man's use. Mm-mm-mm. It's thought to have been roughly contemporary relics of ceramic culture from about 25,000 to 18,000 BC have been studied chiefly in the Jucan Prieta at the mouth of the Chacama Valley of the northern south of Peru. Woven and decorated cotton textiles were found, gourds, mats, and buckets of reeds and wide mesh fishnets. Small carved figures of an equal or greater antiquity have been found further north. From the archaeological evidence, a larger pattern of progress is civilization and cultural techniques has been traced for the central Andean region from about the middle of the second millennium BC and extending up to the conquest of the Inca Empire by the Spanish in AD 1532. Elsewhere in South America, the patterns were widely different and less clearly marked. There has been considerable controversy between anthropologists who believe that South American culture was in the main indigenous and others who have claimed that its basic features were derived from outside the Western Hemisphere, being carried by trans-Pacific migrations from China, Indonesia, or elsewhere in the Far East. A few traditions preserved by the early Spanish chroniclers have sometimes been thought to provide evidence of such context. For example, Sarmiento tells a curious story that in his expedition across the coast of Manta, the island of Puna and Tumbes, Tapa, Inca, Yupanqua, encountered merchants who had come over the Western Sea in boats and who told of two wealthy and populous islands, Ayachamba and Niachumbi, whence they came. After verifying their story by means of a magician, Topa Inca manned a large expedition of 20,000 men, sailed to the island, and returned with black people. Listen. Topa Inca manned a large expedition of 20,000 men, sailed to the islands, and returned with black people, much gold, a chair of brass, and the skin and jawbone of a horse. The horse's skin and jawbone were said to be still in the possession of the Inca noble who told Sarmiento the story. Such legends cannot be regarded as conclusive, and together the legends of a race of white invaders and the giant invaders of Puerto Viejo. They might preserve memories of contracts with the Northern and the Central America, while today more anthropologists would deny completely the possibility of transoceanic contacts. And most authoritative opinion was in that any such cultural influences, particularly up to the Christian era, must have been at most casual and intermittent, and can have just a second. These are talking about the carvings. I'm going to go back over and just look at those. And can have exerted no important impact on the total picture of South American culture. It therefore seems more likely that the mythology of the South American people developed from the beliefs of the original Stone Age immigrants, and was elaborated without significant influences from outside the continent up to the time of the conquest. From the time of the conquest, there was very rapid and extensive syncretism of native mythology. Listen, of native mythology with Christian doctrine, and to a lesser extent with European folk stories, and superstitions. This fact accounts for the great importance which today is attached to the rather scanty records of native myth and legend left by the early Spaniard chroniclers. Before them, nothing was recorded to indicate their religious beliefs or practices. They all dealt with everything regarding the Great Spirit, right? Okay. Sorry. The picture presented by South American Aboriginal. I just want you guys to see this too because they keep saying, "Oh, we can't say Aboriginal. This is this. This is that." Let me check with the chat real quick, see who came in that I have not respected this morning. Thanks so much for you guys coming in. Maurice, peace, brother. Grandest to you. Grandest to White Falcon, Willie Lily. The Moors had some explaining to do. Yeah, definitely. The treaty. Peace, Empress. Grandest to you, sis. Peace, peace. Hope you're having a great day. That codes in one. Peace, peace. Grandest Elizabeth. Peace, sis. Peace. Just coming from getting some of that sun and relaxing, getting ready to absorb and take in things. Yes. All right, let's get back to it. Excuse me, guys. Okay, I'm gonna start right here again. The picture presented by South American Aboriginal culture as it was recorded at the time of the conquest and as it had been studied since is so diversified that classification has proved very difficult. Extreme differences of geographical and climatic conditions, as for example, between those of the pampas, the tropical rainforest, the dry forested region, the high valleys and the plateaus of the central Andes, and so on, were a major influence on most of the material aspects of the relevant cultures. But there's no simple coordination between these aspects and socio-political and religious patterns. No general pattern of cultural development applicable to the subcontinent as a whole has been found, and analogies drawn from the temporal sequences based on the old world prehistory are suspect and dangerous when applied to the cultural history of the New World. In these circumstances, much of the work of modern anthropologists in South America has been restricted to detailed examinations of individual cultures or particular cultural elements. Such a method of historical particularizing tends to treat each culture or tribe as unique and to emphasize its particularities, while eschewing generalizations. There have been some studies of the of the mythology of particular areas or tribes, but no general study of mythology over the whole subcontinent has been attempted hitherto. And ever the particular and limited studies from the very minor and unimportant part of the anthropological investigation as a whole, it is the object of this book to present a sample of what is known about the mythological beliefs of the Aboriginal Aboriginal people throughout South America. A complete survey would be bought tedious to the greater read and impossible in a space, so no more than an illustration is attempted. I'm going to go back and just show you guys some of the pictures that we just bypassed real quick, just so you can see. This is talking about the peninsula, the crossing of, and you guys can see how, man, this is just like mud. You can tell the mud dried out and everything. You can just look at it and tell, like, let me just zoom in some. You guys can see, look at it. Like, you can tell it's like very dried out, so on and so forth, right? Okay. Okay. They're saying this particular statue, I'm going to read it just so you can get a good look at this. It says pottery figure of a man carrying a fowl. It is probably a llama. That's what it looks like to me, a llama. One of the few animals of the South American continent suitable for domestication. It originated in the Altiplano, but its cultivation spread rapidly when its value as a draught animal was realized. The skin was only used after the creature died, and its working life was rarely more than 10 years duration. The Chimu culture. Okay, this particular right here. Let me see if you can see it a little better. This particular one, if you can see the Incan warrior, you guys can see the Incan warrior. This is like something that came from that area. It says one of the large, flat, unshaped stone slabs is a large stone slab carved with large human figures and heads in outline relief engraving found at the Cerro Senchin in the valley of the Casma. Although apparently contemporary with the Chevan The Chevan culture, they follow a different tradition of stylization. The figure is in this representation holds before him a staff of office or a ceremonial axe and has certain affinities with the running figures in the frieze of the gate of the son of Tihanako. So he has a staff of office that shows that he was a big chief. This is the figurine, and it is showing you on the large unshaped stone slab, as you can see. And he has an axe. Okay. The art of the Mokia potters found inspiration in every walk of life. This stirrup vessel, showing a twisted, scarred face, is believed to represent a beggar. If you can see, and we see the face, we know. Come on, when you looking at the face, look at the lips, look at the eyes. I mean, it can't get much clearer than that, right? Okay, can't get much clearer than that. All right, now. It says common over here to the right. Common to all the great pre-Columbian cultures of the genius for construction, a genius for construction. This detail from the ruins of Maca Picchu shows the extraordinarily fine stonework um, found in the great Inca sites where huge blocks were held together by the precision in fitting no mortar was needed. The precision, just knowing how to fit them correctly, they didn't even need mortar, and these things standing still thousands of years today. Tell me why our ancestors are just so gifted to be able to do everything. Let me check up the chat real quick. Enoch, peace, brother. Thanks for coming in. Yes, 12 tribes, 12 colonies. Who is the 13th? Corporation, I think. And they say that 13. Let's say this. Check this out. They say 13. That's the what do you, I can't think of it. Oh my gosh, that's the uneven dirty dozen. So when we think about the dirty dozen, right? That would be the 13th colony. That would be the dirty dozen. Like they tell you the 13th floor is unlucky. The 13th floor, they won't even have a 13th floor in the hotel. When they tell you, oh, man, I don't want to get into that much. Bro, say need to pee. Oh, this is a book, brother. Let me drop it for you guys right now because I'm about to actually go into a different one in a minute. And before I'm going to try and make sure I drop every book today because you guys know we can't get through all these pages at one time. This one is actually another short one, guys. This one is just 143 pages. You guys can get through this today. If you choose to. But I'm going to get into the next book in a minute. So I definitely was going to drop that so that you guys will be able to read this a little more. Okay, so let's go ahead. This stone, this structure, look at this structure. Beautiful as well. Completely beautiful. Look how huge it just, everything fit together. No mortar, just fitting to stand just like it needs to. That's just awesome. Okay, so we did see that one. Okay. This one is 3 stone vessels at the form of the alpacas. Like the llamas, this animal originated in the Altiplano and was prized for the long, abundant wool. Shearing took place 2 or 3 times a year in the Incan period. You guys can see them. Look, they definitely do look a little different than what we have today, right? Okay. I'm going to read about another page of this, guys, or so, and then we're going to get into the next book, okay? And I'm going to drop the book as we go along. While certain striking parallels and similarities among the mythologies of distant and culturally diverse people will leap to the eye, wide generalizations must in the present stage of our knowledge be avoided. Nevertheless, in order to bring some order into what might otherwise appear a chaotic hot potch of haphazard and random variations of will be convenient to suggest some general cultural classifications as a background to structures of mythological belief. For this purpose, we will adapt the classification um, proposed by Julian H. Stewart, editor of the Smithsonian Handbook of South American Indians. We shall omit the Caribbean people who for our purposes are classed with the Central American areas, and we should place the Southern Andean tribes in a separate category. This gives a four for classification into marginal and the semi-marginal tribes, the tropical forest people, the Southern Andean tribes, and the Central Andean civilizations. The marginal tribes. These occupied comparatively unproductive regions, which they exploited by simple technologies. Hunters and food gatherers without developed agriculture. They were frequently nomadic or semi-nomadic, and their social units were generally small and unstable, varying in size and permanency according to the subsistence conditions, but without uniform patterns. Their material culture remained rudimentally, and they lacked the more advanced manufacturing process found elsewhere in South America, such as weaving, building, and ceramic techniques, and the domestication of animals, except whereas in parts of the Chaco, certain of these were borrowed from more advanced people. Their religious outlook had a broadly similar structure based on shamanism, though with innumerable local variations of particular features. Specific magical practices, witchcraft procedures, devices for controlling the spirit world. Devices. They had devices for controlling the spirit world. Okay, which is going on now. You guys. Um, and the concepts of the supernatural varied from tribe to tribe. Crisis rites and magical practices played an important role, but there was no organized priesthood or social cult. They changed that later. Although magical religious rites were used in some areas to control sickness or the weather. Listen, controlling of the weather is nothing new. You guys paying attention, right? I'm gonna go back and read this one more time. Up here, specific magical practices, right? Witchcraft, procedures, devices for controlling the spirit world, and concepts of the supernatural varied from tribe to tribe. Crisis rites and magical practices played an important role, but there was no organized priesthood or social cult at the time. At that time, although magical religious rites were used to some areas to control sickness or the weather. Religious rites were used to control sickness or the weather. In general, these people were without group ceremonies and rituals. Among tribes, the archipelagic tribes of the extreme south and those of Patagonia and the Pampas. Showing you these areas. Look at these great structures. Just look at them. You know who built that? Nothing but a true Mason by blood. We talking about a Mason by blood, not a constructed. Uh, uh, what do they call it? These people in these orders. Hold on a second, guys. Yes, sounds like just a second. All right. They identifying cultural significance and its correlation to agriculture, non-hunter gatherers, and native cities. Sounds like Blue Dun, Blue Hadaya. Okay, Centennial. Okay, let's get to it. I want you guys to see this. I'm gonna get to this next book in a minute. We're gonna get into all of that, everything y'all chatting about in the chat. All right. So there's now believed to be clear evidence of an Aboriginal belief in a supreme God. The great spirit, the great spirit of the nation. We read about this. Remember, guys? Okay. There's a great belief in the clear evidence of an Aboriginal belief in the supreme God, although lesser spirits, particularly spirits of evil, played a we're going to get into all of that too, more prominent role in practical everyday life and the supreme deity. The supreme deity was not the object of an organized cult. Okay? Let me see if I can even, sometimes I'm not able to, I don't know why I can't, but it's not letting me. I want to put that in the chat for you guys. I'm going to read that again. There is now believed to be clear evidence. They said evidence. And, we read this before when we were reading last week about the dark Romans, the black Romans, the black aristocrats of Rome before they were overruled. And we talked about this. They talked about the Great Spirit in the other book that we read, saying that the Great Spirit ruled all, right? Check this out. We're going to get into a little bit more of that. We're going to be over in a few different areas today, but it's going to all coincide. Played a more prominent role in practical everyday life, and the supreme deity was not the object of an organized cult. So during that time, the Great Spirit, when we're thinking about these spirits and what they were saying, it was not an organized cult, because it is now an organized cult that is being used against the Great Spirit of America, right? We're going to get into that. Among the tribes of the Upper Xingu and the Nambacaro of western Brazil, bordering the Guapora River and the northern G groups, there was there was a belief in a creator God, sometimes identified with the sun or moon. But whether this belief was aboriginal or derivative cannot be determined. The Bororo and certain tribes of eastern Bolivia attached great importance to the spirits of the dead, who were supposed to be invisibly present at mortuary ceremonies, and some believed that the spirit helper of the shaman was the soul of the dead shaman. We believe it to be probable, though it is certain not probable, that the attitudes of belief toward the supernatural which prevailed among the marginal people, and the rather elementary and unembroidered mythological structure which was generally associated with it, may have remained closest to that of the Stone Age immigrants who more populated the Americans, and may have undergone least differentiation from the Aboriginal structure of belief. What does that tell you? That's telling you that these people, the foreign immigrants that came over from that area and they started coming in, the natives, the foreign natives, the native immigrants that were not Aboriginal to the line, but they were the immigrants. This is what they were doing at the time. If this is so, the pattern of myth and supernatural lore found among the marginal tribes may be regarded as a primitive foundation upon which the more complicated mythological systems of other people were elaborated. So just keeping in mind, these people, when they came over, they were brought and they migrated over to this area, and they were bringing in things from the Christian, or what they have been taught on their particular areas, and certain things that have come from the conquest of the people that pushed them out, and bringing the Christendom, trapping Christ in the head, and taking it from inside the head and putting it on paper. This is the religious aspect of it versus them worshiping the one deity that they had known. Any such theory must be treated with the utmost caution, since the compromise between socio-political features, levels of material culture, and magical religious elements, and also because the nature and the extent of influences from one area to another in the matter of mythological and belief can only be conjectured. This is the Tamil, Colorado, on the desert plain of Peru. The building, which was accomplished without the stone so readily available in the highlands, but equal skill was shown in the use of adobe bricks. In the desert air, the colors have lasted, and much of the decoration can be seen in its original state from the Incan culture. Below the Kamayura Indians and the Zing River of Brazil, the tribes of the Amazon basin were well used it to river travel, and it is likely that there was some trading contact between them and the Andean civilization. But the way of life and the river people would seem to have changed little over the centuries. The Kamayura are a healthy and vigorous tribe of hunters and are seen here preparing for a wrestling game, which is their favorite sport. So, as we see, we know this is the immigrant natives that came over. They said came over, right? Okay, we're gonna stop. I'm gonna get into this next book. We're gonna keep it moving because I don't want to be like hours and hours. And yeah, hold on a second. Let's get to prepare the next one. We're gonna go right into it. Programming of history of the American Indians. We're gonna go there, okay? And let's get this. Let me check in with my chat real quick. Squid. Anyone else came in? Supremo in here. Okay, let's keep it moving, guys. Let's keep it moving. We're gonna try and get through at least 4 of these books because there's some other information I want to go over. And yeah. Let me see. All right, here we go. Check it out. We're gonna talk about that American Magica, right? Everything that we've always talked about, dissemination. Uh, these people with the reconstruction of history from her story, so on and so forth. So we're going to make sure that you're getting the gist of all this, right? I'm going to start right here. I'm not going to read this whole book, but I'm going to drop this as well. Everything that I have pulled up today, guys, I'm able to drop. So if I don't drop the link as I go and change, make sure you guys tell me to drop the link because I want you guys to be able to read this stuff. Actually, let me do it now. If I do it before, I don't have to worry about forgetting. Okay, hold on. Okay. And let me see if I can see. This is okay. All right, this is the second book. All right, guys. Let's be able to. My God. Right. He a sea creature. Red squid. He said he probably a black Irish, right, right. I keep telling y'all about them black Irish too. I told y'all that a couple months ago. We were reading that book and it showed everything. Okay. Let's get to it, guys. Y'all ready? Check this out. It says, in March of 1954, I began work on the program. A first draft was prepared between April and September and sent to the collaborators at the beginning of October for an expression of their opinions of the Acosta sagas. Richo Dalmata, Roos, and Williams promptly sent valuable written suggestions. At the end of October, a roundtable conference to discuss my draft of the program was held in Mexico. The Commission of History called the meeting. Have you guys ever heard of the Commission of History? We're going to get into that. Not today, but we're going to get into that. The Commission of History called the meeting. It invited some of the collaborators representing various areas of the continent and a limited number of research workers. Listen, several of whom had participated as adversaries in other capacities during the planning stage of the program of the history of the Americas. Tell me, you can't get no better than that. Y'all heard that? Y'all see it? Let me just make sure y'all really see it, right? Y'all see that? Okay. I just want to let y'all see that this is what they said. Okay. It says the limited number of research workers, several of whom had participated as advisors and in other capacities during the what? During the planning stage of the program of the history of the Americas. Do I keep telling you guys that all of the spellbinding is through indoctrination of the school system, through the church, through the religion? All of this is spellbinding of the mind. keeping a person from being able to see true light because you're blinded by the darkness and the blackness of the lies, right? Let me see. I just want to know before I even go further. Do anybody get what they're saying here? Do you guys understand what they're telling you right now? Do you guys really get what they're saying? It told you first off. It let you know that they have a committee, right? And the committee is the Commission on History. They have a commission for history that sits and plans and starts. You guys remember months back, we were reading one of the books, and when we ran into some other information, it literally showed us like, wait a minute, theatrics, all the theatrics, the pictures, which we've already talked about, the building, construction, reconstruction, everything that we always expose. But the book literally said, I wish I could remember which book that was. The book literally spoke on the theatrics. And remember, we had gone into this to show and expose that this is all a plot and a plan, which we all know that. But when the proof is there, there's no deniable applause, right? Okay, let's get back to it. The commission, again, I'm going to read that part. The commission on history called the meeting. It invited some of the collaborators representing various areas of the continent. So the committee on history, they were all in various areas of the continent because why? I'm going to get into that in a minute. It has to do with something that was going over yesterday on Red Squid's panel, actually. I tried to get on the panel to give them some of this information because they were kind of pondering on it. Oh, what's this book about? Da 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 da. And I wanted to let them know, but we're going to get into it. And I'm going to show it today, so you guys can get it. Anybody that may have even been in on that and didn't understand what was going on with that book, I'm going to explain a lot of that today. Okay. The meeting was attended by collaborators, Bernal Griffin, Val Carcel, and Willems, Miss Valaquez, collaborator on the national period. She is the collaborator on the national period. What is the national period? Gonzalo, Aquari Beltine, Alfonso Queso, Wigberto Jimenez Morento, and Pablo Martinez del Rio from Mexico. George M. Foster from the United States. George M. Foster, who is that? That sound like a Indian to you? Aboriginal, being part of the plan, one of maybe from the 5 tribe, part of the plotting. And Carlos Ponce Sanginis from Bolivia, the director of the Indigenous period. So listen, the director, listen, Carlos Ponce Sanginis from Bolivia is the director of the Indigenous period, all of the plotting and planning. Are you guys paying attention? They're trying to clone me out. Hold on, guys. Gotta borrow it again. I just want to know if y'all getting this. Y'all lost in the sauce. Y'all feeling me? Any remarks on that? Like, y'all get it? All right, let's see. Oh, there's some ICU. Yeah. Nope, I'll be sitting there like 2-3 minutes. I mean, how long am I supposed to sit in the back? You know how to check your panel, bro. Come on, that be feeling some disrespectful type shit. Like, I'm just saying, you gotta know. All right, let's get to it. Da 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 da. Let me go on. Okay, and then we go back. Okay, perfect. Now it's stuck. Why are you stuck? Okay. Hold on. Where's the next one? Okay. Yeah, okay, there it is. Yeah, actually made it smaller. That's why it looked different to me. Whew. My sinus cavities actually are like pushing on my my vision, causing me a little issues here. So y'all gotta excuse me. Hold on. Da 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 da. Okay. Thereafter, at the beginning of November, a meeting of coordinators took place in Poughkeepsie, Poughkeepsie, New York. That's a different name now. I can't remember, but that I wish I could remember. I remember reading this on one of the maps. But in New York, okay? They're attended by Sylvia Zabala, General Director of the project and coordinator of the Colonial period. Listen, director of the project and coordinator of the colonial period. Charles C. Griffin, coordinator of the national period. The author, James B. Griffin, interim president of the Committee of Anthropology on the Pan American Institute of Geography and History. Pan American. You know how they talk about Pan African, Pan American. It has to be Pan American before they can pan Africa and try to pan you there, put you over there, and fry you up, put you in the skillet, and switch you around and all that. Okay. And Javier Malagon. Later, Foster and Williams sent me a writing detail outlines for themes dealing with indigenous history during the colonial and national periods. You guys hearing this, right? The need for which I had pointed out in the draft, and which was one of the points fully discussed at the meeting in Mexico. The ideas inquired as a result of the frank and full criticism to which the draft was suggested. So they had to draw a draft. They didn't agree to everything. They had to, oh, do you think this story will work? What do you think? Let me run this by you, that type of thing. It was subjected at their conferences, and those received by correspondence have been incorporated in the final editing. However, in acceptance or rejecting suggestions, I did not fail to apply the selective criteria imposed by my personal view of how the program should be orientated generally and how specific problems should be discussed. This was justified by my personal responsibility for the coordination of these contributions established from the outset and instructions received from the director of the project reiterated at the meeting of the Poughkeepsie and again at the consultative meeting of the Commission of History. Listen, meeting of, you guys can look this up. Meeting of the Commission on History of the Pan American Institute of Geography and History held in Mexico City in the spring of 1955. I want to know what you guys think of that. What do you guys think of that? Let me check with my chat real quick because I know y'all be right with me when we be figuring out the talking about some damn Pan America, right, bro? New English, Continental America, New English, British, right? Period. Okay. Also known as bullshit. Bro said bullshit. No, I don't think you guys are really getting this. What is going on is they're explaining the construction of the stories that they created for history, reconstructing history. Are you maybe I don't know if you guys aren't getting that. Because from what I'm understanding, you guys are thinking this is like falsified. This is information of them exposing the stories, the timelines of every story that they have conjectured. They're letting you know right here that they created missions. They had committees. They had commissions for creating stories. It literally said it. Y'all not getting it? I don't know. Maybe I'm not understanding the comments, but it seemed like y'all not understanding what's going on here. Post-Columbian Indigenous history. The inclusion in my program of groups of subjects related to indigenous history during the colonial and national periods was discussed at the meetings of Mexico City and Poughkeepsie. The question was raised as to whether these subjects could not be handled better by the coordinators of their respective periods. This matter had been under discussion since the collaborators met in Havana, January 1953. There, it was agreed that the Indigenous History Program should not be brought to an end because they had to continue to program. Are you guys understanding that? At the moment of contact between the native people and the Europeans, of which the incidentally occurred at very different times in different parts of the continent, all over. As in the partial programs, it should include also any topics that are needed to deal fully with the history of the Aborigines. Any topics to deal with the history of the Aborigines. You get it? Free as well as subject during both the colonial and the independent periods. The program should also underline the contributions. I'm sorry. underline the contributions of the native people and the culture to colonial life and to formation of the present day nationalities. It should discuss also the changes which the native culture themselves underwent as a result of discovery, conquest, and colonization. These decisions were communicated to me when I became editor. Thus, I also made use of the first published colonial and national history programs. Now, are y'all not really understanding that they're exposing the truth? Oh, okay, okay, yes. Okay, I thought I had to check with y'all. Cause listen, my chat. Come on now, y'all know y'all the fire, and come on, if y'all lost, I'm like, what's going on? Am I not explaining this right, or what's going on? But y'all getting it, okay? Yes, brother. Those black Europeans. Yes, ish, the man ish, but not a man. Yes, y'all get it. Yes, thank you, baby. Thank you. I love y'all. See, at first I was reading those comments and I'm like, what are they saying? I think maybe y'all were commenting on something and I was kind of delayed because I came later, so I do apologize. I just want to make sure you guys were getting it because listen, y'all know I do this for a purpose. I'm in the whole stream if y'all wasn't with me for real because I don't play games about this info. Okay. Now, where were we? Okay. Moments with the partial program. It would also any topics needed to deal fully with the history of the Aborigines, free as well as subject during both the colonial and the independent periods. The program should also underline the contributions of the Native people. Okay, these decisions were communicated to me when I became editor. Blah blah blah. These are in these cases What am I going to colonial history is dealt with as if the Europeans listen as if which means we know that's a damn lie. The Europeans had arrived on an uninhabited continent in general, and even were aware where awareness of the problem is most acute. Historians tend to see post-Columbian America as a projection of Europe. The Indian and the African are discussed. The Indian and African, two different people. You hear this? The Indian and African, two different entities, are discussed only from the point of view of their contribution to Euro-American culture, and with emphasis on on the participation of Indians and imported slaves as laboring groups in the colonial and national societies. Certainly, both practical and theoretical considerations can be cited both for and against the decision taking. This, in fact, justifies the inclusion of the relevant subjects in my program. First, the history of the native groups, which remained independent until recently, in some cases until today, can thus receive adequate treatment. Second, and continually of the native tradition and its modification among the subject populations through Europe's interference in the course of post-Columbian history can receive proper emphasis. Actually, the arrangement is purely practical in nature, since it was matter of deciding which one of the coordinators of the second stage, listen, the coordinators they're planning as, the coordinators of the second stage of the project should be placed in charge. During the projected third stage, the general director will edit a total program of the history of the Americas. Do y'all see this crap? Right? I'm gonna read that part again. Actually, the arrangement is purely practical in nature, since it was a matter of deciding which one of the coordinators of the second stage, because they completed the first stage, bringing over the immigrants and nativizing them to the America, so on and so forth. So now we're going into the second stage. Which coordinators of the second stage of the project should be placed in charge? During the projected third stage, the general director will edit a total program of the history. The general director will edit a total program of the history of the America, pre-Columbian, colonial, and independent. In this program, the topics of post-Columbian native history, excuse me, guys, will be able to take their proper place relative to the American history of groups with antecedent European and antecedent, listen, with antecedent European and African culture. Check it out. after we read this part, I'm going to go into this next book, guys, because there's so much I'm going to get into. I don't want this bill to be forever, but I definitely want you guys to get the gist. This is why I'm going to make sure you guys get every one of these books and continue to read so you can get the rest of the information. Okay, the significance of the native history of the old world. I'm sorry, the earliest. Listen, hold on. The significance of native history. This we're talking about native history. It's going to tell you exactly who the natives are. We spoke on this earlier, right? And it's going to continue on with the earliest immigrants brought with them to the continent the cultural traditions of the upper Paleolithic of the old world within America. The diversity of environmental conditions operating as limited or stimulating factors combined with the effects of historical forces, these produced in the courses of some 25,000 years. These historical lies, theatrics, stories, Platonic information, all of this was over 25,000 years of planning, right? Reconstructing, creating new stories, so on and so forth. A wide variety of cultural types in 1492. These ranged in scale from the low level of hunters and gatherers, such as the groups of Lower California or Tierra del Fuego, to the advanced civilizations of Mexico and Guatemala or of Peru and Bolivia. All American history. American history before the discovery of the conquest constitutes one kind of human experience. Its worldwide significance is clear. It raises cultural problems which transcend the American framework. Thus, the area of the American continent where plant cultivation and the domestication of a few animals was begun, and where these formed the basis of agriculture in some regions. They are isolated from the old world. It is probable as a result of the isolation that the change from ways of life based on gathering, hunting, fishing to ways of life based on agriculture took place in the New World independently of corresponding revolutionary changes in the Old World. Later, civilizations emerged in the Mesoamerica and the Andean area, which were comparable from the point of view of cultural types, and without implying historical connection to the ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, Pakistan, or China. All these are the American Asia area. When you hear these names, you're talking about the American Asian area, in which were all independent American developments according to our present knowledge. For example, the lucid discussion by Kroeber in 1948, pages 775, 786, for comparison of a typological character between the ancient civilizations of the Eastern and Western hemispheres, which is the mind connecting to the truth, which is also a story planted in the brain, with the expectation of drawing conclusions on the nature and laws and the process of civilization. C. Stewart, 1449. I was gonna get into the Stewart, the King. Oh man, that's a okay. I don't even know what I thought about that just because I read that, but yeah, that's another story. But Colombian history has special significance within the program of American history. Oh, now does it? This is true apart from its important per se as the experience of a considerable part of humanity and as indispensable information from theoretical formulation of the of the problems of cultural casualty. The existence of very diverse cultural forms at different levels of development was a factor of supreme importance in the genesis of the events of discovery, conquest, and colonization. They determined the diversity of situations of cultural classes, different areas of the continent, the nature, and even the mere existence of biological and cultural mixtures, the racial conflicts, the different features of the colonial societies, and the peculiar characteristics of the modern nations. You guys get the gist of that, right? More proof, more proof, more proof. I want to go on to the next book. Let's get it. Hold on. Check with my chat. Yes, bro. I like it too. Wait till we get to some more of this stuff, though. This next one is about to be good too. I think I have them in order. If not, it'll be the one after that. But here we go. Let's get it. Yep, I knew I had it out of order. Hold on, guys. I want to make this one. I can't. I'm not gonna do a different one. Hold on. Okay, I think this is the one. It's hard to see which book when I pull it up, guys. But give me one moment. I'm gonna make sure. Hold on. Let me try this. I want to make sure. Okay, maybe I should read this one. Let's see. Okay, let me move this one over. And then I move this one. And I think we should go into this one. They receiving descriptive nature and purpose. Okay, yeah, I think that's the next one we need to get into. And then I'll go back to this one. Okay, all right, there we go. Let's get to it. Okay. Let's start talking about the missions of these damn people. Hold on 1 second, guys. Now, oh yeah, I said I'm gonna start dropping a book so in the beginning, so I do not forget. I'm gonna try to make this a habit, guys. Any of the shareable books I have, I'm gonna try and make sure that I put them in the chat right before I start. That way we don't have a problem with me remembering or something, because they get so annoying at times. Okay, we're getting into book 3, guys. Book 3 is principles, the principles of the Jesuits. Okay, let's check this out. You guys are gonna have to go back and read this. I'm on page. Let me start now. Third book. I should have put it on the other one's thing. Start right at page 79. Okay. All right, guys. Ready? Let's get it. All right, guys. As I said, this book is titled, this particular title is Henry Hadley Norris and the Principles of the Jesuits. Principles of the Jesuits, okay? And their mission. Let's see about that. This is actually chapter 6, guys, on page 79, and I'll be reading from here. I really want you guys to go back before this and, try to start from, the beginning of this book and go up. I want to start here just so we can keep moving, okay? And this is definitely pertinent into the mission. So, the mission. The fourth vow, which as has been before stated, is peculiar to the professed, binds them to undertake missions either for the conversion of the heathen, you know who they call the heathen, even though we know who the heathen is, but they call us the heathen, or for reclaiming of heretics at the will of the sovereign pontiff, alert and ready in their obedience. They must be always prepared for the instant execution of the papal mandate. And it is for this reason, among others, that their churches and houses are free from the distracting occupants of celebrating masses and improving souls. When a pope requires the services of the society, the general may commend his willing and more appropriate agents to the notice of his holiness, leaving him still free to make his own election. For the Jesuit who desires to be appointed to one mission in preference to another may not use his influence either directly or indirectly with the social resident about the general and court of Rome to procure for him a nomination to the work, but he must abide by his superior's representation of his talents to the Pope, and according as the latter shall decree, so he must move. If the Pope shall decline to make a specific nomination, only requiring the the missionaries may be sent to diverse places. The choice of the appointment then dissolved upon the general. and he selects them according to his own judgment. They also receive from him a description of the nature and purpose of their several missions, which with written instructions for their guidance. They must be made to comprehend the will and intent of the Pope, if not in writing, at least by verbal communication, and in failure of any limitation being assigned to the period of their absence. It is usually understood to extend to about 3 months, but this must depend upon the success of their work, of which they are required to transmit frequent written communications with the missionary and appointed to reside for a considerable time in the same place. It may become expedient that he should make little excursions into the neighboring districts to mend the souls, which should be mended, really, and then to return unto his own place. Go mend the souls, get their ass together, and go back, but like they needed you. But all this must be done without neglecting the principal missions, carefully adhering to the intention and instructions of the Pope. In those territories, which are the vast extent as in India or other provinces, the Americas and all of that, the discreet ambassador is more especially admonished admonished not to confine himself to the bounds which have been prescribed to him, but after reducing his inclination to indifference and offering a prayer to run to and fro, as well among the faithful and the faithless, to do the work of his employers. It is thus that the constitutions elevate the authority of the general above that of the Pope. Okay? You heard that? It is thus that the constitutions elevate the authority of the general above that of the Pope by providing that he may overrule without rebelling against it. For they declare that he may order his subject missionaries to one district rather than another at the simple preference of his own will. Whenever a new pontiff is raised to the chair of St. Peter in general is obliged either by himself or his representation or his representative to renew before his holiness within a year after his creation the solemn promise and profession of the peculiar vow. They said it's a peculiar vow by which the society is bound to obey him in all his missions. Shit, who bound to it? We ain't bound to it. I'm not bound to obey nothing. In addition to these, there are other separate missions which originate with the society alone and for which the superiors are empowered to command the services of the professed. The time, the place, and duties of the mission must all be determined by the general, and the commission Jesuit must proceed with that passive obedience which the constitutions compared to the movement of the lifeless carcass. Listen, the Constitution compares to the movement of the lifeless carcass or a brandished staff. Yet this does not prohibit the declaration of any rising thought upon the exped, ex, expediency. I'm sorry, guys. Y'all, excuse me. The lifeless carcass or a brandished staff. Yet this does not prohibit the declaration of any rising thought upon the inexpediency of his appointment, provided only that the plaint subject wills and thinks in precise accordance with his superior. Q.M. Christi Loco de Writ, which is part of Pactum de Singularis Salium. We're going to get into that. This is going into canon law. It is especially provided that one missionary shall never be sent forth alone. But listen, it is especially provided that one missionary shall not be sent forth alone, but that at least two shall be appointed to the same work, that they may mutually guide and assist each other. Where one or two or more are gathered in my name, this is where we get that from. With their counsel and divide the laborers of their harvest. Neither may any change be made in the detention or removal of the missionary without the consent of his superior. This is declared to prohibit the interference of any prince or state until the pleasure of the general shall have been ascertained. If upon trial it should be found that the missionaries do not conduct themselves with becoming obedient, they must either be recalled or joined by other companies who were not originally appointed with them to the labors of the mission. So, I'm sorry, I said other companies. shall be by other companions who were not originally appointed with them to the labors of this mission. When it may become necessary to ordain their exchange or removal, it is enjoined that especial care be taken not to give offense to those who should by all means be preserved with affected rather than disaffected to the interest of the institute, as the devil is always attempting to destruction of the Jesuitic as the uh, let me take a drink, guys. Hold on 1 second. Give me a moment. Okay. Okay. As the devil is always attempting the destruction of the Jesuitical polity by um, by directing his attacks against the strong bulwark of poverty. We're gonna get into that part too. I'm gonna go past that. I'm not gonna elaborate. It is declared to be the extreme importance for the perpetual preservation of the happy state of society that ambition, the parent of every ill, should be diligently repressed. Advancement to dignity or preferment to in the society must neither be directly nor indirectly sought. All the professed are therefore required to vow before their maker they will never seek their preferment, and they become incapable of holding it if it should be proved that they attempted to procure it. They promise, moreover, that they will never seek to attain to any dignity or em- emolument out of the society, nor even consent to be appointed to it, provided. Oh gosh, I'm reading so horrible, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm just like not doing great, but I'm going to get this done. Provided their obedience does not compel them to acceptance, but if admission to prelacy should thus be forced upon them, and it is declared to be for more reasons desirable that they should vouchsafe to take the episcopal office. The advice of the general or his substitute must first be heard and followed. Still, the Provident Society reserves to itself, in particular cases, the liberty of choosing between acceptance and rejection. To preserve an unchanging amenity among the members of the society, the goodwill of strangers must be diligently cherished. Men in authority must be courted in proportion to the importance of significance in gaining their favorable notice. Yet it is said to be essential and refrain from adhering to either party in the feuds which may exist between Christian kings and princes, whilst on an universal pliancy is observed, which can easily adapt itself to every side. However, contrary in profession, the chiefly in it must be provided that the favor of the apostolic see may be, I'm sorry, the apostolic see may be secured next of secular princes, nobles, and men of principal authority who support or opposition would greatly facilitate or impede the success of the Jesuitical exertion, which is the planning, everything we've just been reading about. When men are not well affected to the society, especially if they should be of no mean authority, prayer must be made for them, and all covenant means should be devised to gain their friendship, or at least to avert their enmity. You hear that? I'm gonna read that part again. Prayer, prayer must be made for them, and all covenant means should be devised to gain their friendship, or at least to avert their enmity. To either gain friendship or turn their sense off so they ain't aware. You hear this shit? The simple vows taken by the professed according to the constitutions at the profession are in the note below. From the first general congress, the first general congregation, the first general congregation. What is a congregation? A church. When you hear about a church congregation, and confirmed by the third ego in professes society, just, excuse me, promiti dia omnipotent coram aegis virgin matre et toti cavi something et coam our patri blah blah blah. Okay, all these names are gonna read. Okay, and let me see. I thought it was talking about them. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that. I could care less. Okay, from the sketch of the Jesuitical Institute given in the last chapter, it appears that strictly speaking, the general is that he is indeed designated the soul of the society, but still, in a larger sense of that descriptive term, the professed members acting under his superintendence may be considered as included in it. They were the casuites. They were the casuites of the order. They were the casuites, not the Jesuits of the order. Their hours of retirement were occupied in broadening over its principles, in extending the sphere of their operation by further excuse me, by further subtleties and refinements, and in composing digests and manuals to facilitate their application. It is to the literary laborers, therefore, of these casuites that reference must be made for a complete development of the Jesuitical system. They were part of the Jesuits. They came and derived from them, from the casuites. And as this most important service has been already performed under the highest authority and by judicial assembly above all suspicion of garbling evidence, whose researches are so elaborate that the allegations are redundant to a great degree. The road to knowledge is in easy access. The volumes in question exhibit Jesuitism to the life. The volumes in question, you got to read this book, guys, exhibit Jesuitism in the life, and all that is necessary to enable the general reader to become acquainted with it, and with the influence which it must have on the best interest of every community in which it obtains, even connivance. I'm sorry. Mm. It obtains even connivance, of course, very conniving, is to select from the aforesaid volume some of the accumulated citations and to present them in the English translation. These will form the subject of the present chapter as an introduction to which, and with the view of establishing the public character of the documents produced. A few of the Society's identifications of itself in opinion and doctrine with all of its individual members are prefaced. The unity of opinion and doctrine. Imago primo socius Jesu enterprise in 1640. The members of the society are dispersed through every corner of the world. Listen, listen. The members of the society are dispersed through every corner of the world, distinguished by as many nations and kingdoms as. I'm going to copy this and put this in the chat for you guys. Kingdoms as the earth has intersections. I'm going to read that again. The members of the society are dispersed through every corner of the earth, distinguished by as many nations and kingdoms as the earth has intersections. But this is a division arising from diversity of place, not of opinion. A difference of language, not of affection, a dissimilarity of continents, not of morals. This association, the Latin thinks with the Greek, the Portuguese with the Brazilian, the Irishman with the Sumerian, the Englishman with the Belgian, and among so many different dispositions, there is no strife, no contention, nothing which affords opportunity of discovering that they are more than one. The place of their nativity affords them no personal advantage. The same designs, the same manner of life, the same uniting vows combines them. The pleasure of a single individual can cause the whole society to turn and return and determine the revolution of this numerous body, which is easily moved, but with difficulty shaken than with difficulty shaken. I'm sorry. Remonstrance to the Bishop of Axery, Lemoyne. Thanks to the divine goddess, the spirit which animated the earlier Jesuits still survives among us. And by the same mercy, we hope that it will never be lost. It is not a slight testimony in our favor that in these troublesome times, not one among us has charged or wavered. Uniformity on this point will always remain the same. If we are not suffered to labor in one place, we will attempt it in another, for we will not continue idle. France is sufficiently extensive to provide employment for us, and it is abundantly supplied with excellent bishops who will not despise our services. We're going to stop right here, guys, and I'm going to get to the next book because I will keep reading. It's showing more and more and more, but let's get right to the next book. Keep it moving. We had an hour and 30 minutes. Hopefully I can be done in the next hour and a half. And yeah, so hold on one moment. All right, here we go. All right, guys, right now we are getting to the prophecies of Paracelsus, magical figures, and prognostications. So basically, giving you all of well, not all, but a lot of information. I'm going to go over real quick. I'm not even. I'm going to start on page 11 or 12, I believe. This is book 4. Page. I'm going to put the page here. Page. Okay. All right. The prophecies of Paracelsus. The preface, Eliphas Levi, refers to is not given here, but will be found preceding the predictions. Eliphas Levi then continues, following this preface, commence a series of figures. The first represents 2 milestones, the 2 powers of the state, the people, and the aristocracy. The first represents 2 milestones, the 2 powers of the state, the people, and the aristocracy. But the people's stone is crossed by a serpent holding a bundle of birch cords in its jaws. A hand armed with the sword comes out of a cloud and seems to direct the serpent, which overthrows the milestone and causes it to fall upon the other. The second figure represents a dead tree, the fruits of which are fleur de lis, and the text announces the exile of the family of whom the fleur de lis is the emblem. Further on the milestones representing the people falls upon a crown and breaks it. Further on still, a bishop is shown immersed in water and surrounded by spears that prevent him from reaching the bank. In the text it says, "Thou hast come out of thy bounds. Now thou demandest the earth, but it will not be surrendered to thee." The German text is slightly different. It says that then can be seen an eagle hovering over the Bosphorus, where the Sultan appears to be drowning. And the eagle has not 2 heads and is not black. Eliphas Levi considers that this excludes Russia and Australia. The great French Kabbalist, the Kabbalist, then concludes it would perhaps not be prudent at present to publish the remainder. Curious persons can consult the Latin book printed with the title Prognosticatia Axami Doctoris Theophilis Paracelsi, which should be found in the national libraries. Okay, we possess two copies, one in manuscript and the other photographed after a copy printed in the 16th century. Thus far, Eliphas Levi in 1861. This is the year 1915. Now the world is in the throes of a great European war. There is no reason pregnant these pregnant prophecies should any more be kept secret, and every reason why they should be widely known. Great changes in the world are before us, both in religion and politics. Considering the importance at the present critical time of a clearer outlook, this glimpse into the future coming from the past may not be inopportune, and the present publication of the predictions of Paracelsus may assist and interest, both from a religious and a political point of view, all who are concerned in the world's progress. It may also serve to aid the reader to a better acquaintance with the great adept of the Renaissance when his own quaint words on past, present, and future are reproduced. Concerning Paracelsus. Come on. Okay. I think I'm gonna go. No, I'm gonna leave it here. Okay. Theopartis Bambus von Theothem, commonly known as Paracelsus, the famous Swiss physician, alchemist, and occultist of the 16th century, was born on the 10th of November in 1493 at Schilbruck near Einsendale, Canton Schwei, and died on the 24th of September of 1541 at Salzburg. Contemporary with Charles V, Luther, Erasmus, Erasmus, and Cornelius Agrippa. Paracelsus stands out as an extraordinary character that has been for a long time misunderstood by the majority of the learned and unlearned alike. Living in the age of the Reformation, siding neither with Catholic nor Protestant, he distinguished himself as a freelance in medical science and occult philosophy, and would have been known as a mystic had his religious writings not been so carefully suppressed as to be altogether forgotten. Paracelsus then claims, I'm going to do a build on Paracelsus and alchemy and the information, the building and rebuilding of the building blocks and cloning procedures via alchemy. Mystic astrologer, and lastly, as prophet. And it is in this last capacity that we shall regard him, as we are about to study and therefore rescue this oblivion, those at one time famous predictions of which some have been remarkably accomplished, while others may be considered to be still in actual course of fulfillment. Concerning the life of this remarkable man, they say, we are informed that his first teacher was his father, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is just going into, dang, I thought this was wrong, but I'm sorry, guys. This is a little bit in the area. It does show, I think I may have brought this up because I'm not going to search through the pages, but it just shows and talks about how alchemy played a large part in transformation, building of slaves, and a few other things. But I think I'm going to not elaborate on that because I'm going to go to the next book. Hold on a second. I'm going to move on. I did drop that for you guys, so you can check that out yourself if you want to. Okay. Make sure which one this is. Man, this one right here, I don't think I'm going to do that. I'm getting to the antiquarian, and then I'm going to read these bits of information that I have after this last book. I did have two more books, but I think what we're going to do is get into the readings because we're getting close to 2 hours now. And yeah, let's do that. Hold on. 1 second. Let me get this next one pulled up. The American Antiquarian. I'm starting. I should maybe go back one page. Let me see. And I might have to go back. Let me see where do I want to start. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna start here. All right. Let me check my chat just in case. Well, it's 12:12. Great time. Okay. There was no dogmatic teaching, no formal doctrines or beliefs differing from the public religion, but the ceremonies were calculated to make a religious impression and lead the initiates to penetrate further into the knowledge of divine things and the inner meaning of the myths, and to throw down the barrier between man and divinity. Aristotle says they learn nothing primarily, but they receive new impressions. Aeschylus says the ancient scenes of nature among both Hellenes and barbarians consisted in opinions on natural things under the veil of myths. Lidorman says, like all the worship of antiquity, the Elysian mysteries were found upon the adoration of nature, its forces, its phenomena, conscious rather than observed, reason transformed into uh, divine figures, and history by a kind of theological poetry. The externals were significant and had an effect upon the worshippers. The road leading from Athens to Eleusis was bordered with sanctuaries along its course and showed the sanctity of the town of which it ended. It was called the sacred way. It was called the sacred way. Pausanias has described the sanctuaries. There were four successive acts in the mysteries. First, purification. Second, sacrifices. Third, initiation. And fourth, the epathia. And the initiates went by the sacred way to the sea and purified themselves in the waves. They afterwards submitted to a peculiar rite of purification near the altar. A peculiar rite of purification near the altar. Um, At each of the sanctuaries, and the procession halted to offer sacrifices and to sing poems. A lighted torch was one of the principal symbols, and the form of the sanctuaries came forth under their gleams. The procession did not arrive until late hour at night, but was guided by the light of 1,000 torches. Sacrifices were offered, bulls were led unbound to the altar, and the ceremonies ended with drinking and mystic fluid. Drinking and mystic fluid. The act of the drinking had the nature of a sacrament. The initiated presented themselves wearing a crown of immortalis and holding in the hand the tharsis, a richly ornamented staff, thus representing the heroes who became the supernatural types of Hercules and the Dioscuri. They represented the tessera and round laden tablets bearing the symbol of an ear of corn. The initiated returned to Athens with the priest. On arrival at its gates, another ceremony, at once melancholy and Aragon, took place. The rites were represented of a symbolic nature intended to awaken religious impressions. Intended to awaken religious impressions. There were sacred mysteries among the nations of Europe. Listen, there were sacred mysteries among the nations of Europe at a very early date, which were introduced by the Druids. These perpetuated these perpetuated the traditions of the old Indo-European race and left their symbols in the rude stone monuments which are scattered over the continent. Many of these stone monuments are found among the seacoast in France and Great Britain and as far east as Denmark and Sweden. Some have held the opinion that they were introduced by the Phoenicians. The Druids were a very peculiar people about whom very little is known. We just did a story on that the other day when we were reading the Etruscans. If you haven't read that, go ahead and get some more information. They are said to have practiced their religious rites in the midst of the forest. Does that sound like the Bohemian Grove? Does that sound like the Skull and Bones? Okay, just keep listening. And it is maintained by some that they practice human sacrifice. And it is maintained that by some that they practice human sacrifice. The mistletoe was the sacred plant of a chief symbol of the Druids. The mistletoe. There was a system of sun worship, which is full of symbolism. This system reminds us of those which existed in the Far East, but an impenetrable mystery hangs over it. In Armenia, the fire priests were wont to interpret the will of the gods from movements observed in the branches of the trees. I'm gonna read that again. In Armenia, the fire priests were wont to interpret the will of the gods from movements observed in the branches of the trees. The Assyrians read the future in the rustling of leaves. In the rustling of leaves. The old tree oracles prevailed in Italy. The Romans attached much importance to tree omens. For when Rome was invaded by the Gauls, a voice out of the groves of Vesta warned the Romans. The Scythian soothsayers practiced divination by means of the bark of the linden tree. Now, of the Scythian. So when we're thinking about this divination and these rituals that when we're talking about the dark Romans, we read about the Etruscans and their history. This is what we're talking about when they talk about the Druids and antediluvian and all that nonsense. This is actually really an area. Just they kind of theatricize whatever it is they need to. The Germans divided by means of a branch cut from a tree. Listen, the Germans divined by means of a branch cut from a tree. Divining rods were used by the Druids, and the ceremonies of the Druids were as sacred and mysterious as those of the Greeks at Ulysses. The monuments of Great Britain were open air temples and were probably devoted to the worship of the sun. But the various elements were included. The monuments on Stonehenge, remember there was just something that happened with Stonehenge. The monuments on Stonehenge are made of different color stones called sarsen, which are brought from a great distance. The ceremonies, I think I got to go on this one. I'm going to read this part first. The ceremonies was enclosed by a wall covered with moss. Now let's go in here and read this part right here. Secret societies and sacred mysteries. Y'all still with me? Let me check with my chat. Oh yeah, bro. I got you. I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's fire out of the blue. Let me grab it real quick and put it in here. Before I forget, bro, I'm gonna do it right now because that takes just a second. The title is actually called Flesh and Blood, bro. Flesh and Blood. By Out of the Blue. Okay, there you go, bro. Do that before I forgot. Peace and blessings. Thanks so much for coming through, brother. Prophet Levi. Absolute warrior. Peace to you, brother. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Empress, thank you, sis. I appreciate it, babe. I hope you guys are enjoying this. I'm telling you, I'm not even feeling that great, but I said I got to do this build. I keep wanting to put information out that I keep not having time for, but I'm gonna make sure that I make time to get this to you guys, no matter what's going on. I'm making time to do what I need to do to continue to build truth and dissemination of lies. So let's get it. Check this out. This says secret societies and secret mysteries. This is from this book. This is page 89 in here, right? It says they were not unlike those of the Eleusinians, for processions were led into them by the Druid priests, and sacrifices were offered. It said processions were led into them. The world, the world mountain, and the world tree are reproduced in the cosmogonic traditions of the Eddas. In the century, Ashgard, the mountain of the gods, was pierced by a mighty tree trunk whose branches reached over the world. We read this in the book. Do y'all remember reading this in the book? I gotta go back to the chat. Who remembers us reading in the book and it told us about the trees that were reaching so far and they were reaching all over. The vines and things were hanging down. They were so big and fruitful. They were just hanging all over the ground. It was creating like shade everywhere because the vines were so full and long. The branches were so big. You guys remember that? Here's another confirmation of that. Let's get back to it. The World Mountain. I gotta copy this whole thing. I keep telling y'all people all this stuff that y'all don't think it's important, but it's okay. I'm gonna still bring it together for y'all. Whether y'all stay in the chat, whether y'all leave, whether people, want to share the information so people can get it or not, that's fine. Whether you want to just get the information, go talk about it somewhere else. Please make sure you're taking all the books and doing that so it is clear, because this is breakdown and dissemination of it, right? Okay, the World Mountain and the World Tree are reproduced in the cosmogonic traditions of the Eddas. In the center, Asgard, the mountain of the gods, was pierced by a mighty tree trunk whose branches reached over the world and supported the sky, the stars, and the clouds. The tradition of the universe tree is also found in China and Japan. Tirthankara information. The Arabians represented the zodiac as a tree with 12 branches, the 12 constellations, the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 disciples, of which the stars were the fruit. The stars were the fruit of the tree, the cosmic tree. A similar idea appears in the apocalyptic tree of life, which yielded 12 manners of fruit and bore fruit in due season. It is interesting to find similar traditions current in the New World, similar in the New World, as we read many times in the books, given the same description of the trees. According to the cosmology of the Sia Indians, which was in each of the six regions of the world's regions, north, south, east, west, Zenith, and Nadir, a mountain bearing the great tree. 6 trees were specified: spruce tree, aspen, cedar, and 2 varieties of oak. In the spring, at the foot of each tree dwelt one of the 6 great cloud rulers, each one chosen by the Arch Mother to intercede with the cloud rulers to send rain. In the 14th century, the idea of an actual paradise was common, and Sir John Mandeville believed that the Garden of Eden existed somewhere upon the earth. If it could only be found, Prester John's lordship was proposed to extend from the coast into the terrestrial paradise. Now, check this out. I have to show you guys. We got to get into something else right now. So here we go. You welcome, Brother Peace. You already know. It's gonna go probably into like 4 different messages, but I'm gonna put this out there for y'all to get this. This is like so important. Talking about that world tree, we talk about this so many times, and here comes even more confirmation. Right now, let me pull this up for you guys. Let's see. What did we just read about? The Garden of Eden. Eden. The Garden of Eden. 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 Okay, check this out. This is from the book American, just so you can see, the American Magica. American Magica. We read out of this book before, guys. Not this particular one. There's a couple American Magica books actually, but the one we read out of it has, pretty much the same information. It was just a different presentation. Okay, I'm going to read this part, and then we're going to get into a little bit of this. I should have downloaded page 19, but I didn't. Sorry, guys. The 3rd century of our era, nearly 600 years after his death, its anonymous author was erroneously identified as Callisthenes, a young nephew of Aristotle, who had accompanied Alexander the Great on his campaigns. Now, check this out. Y'all remember we already read the book. I told y'all who the king. Oh my gosh, the king. And Alexander the Great and his brother, and they were the indigenous kings, the chief. Oh my gosh, how do I hate when I can't remember stuff. It just throws me off, gets me aggravated, frustrated. So let me not think about it. But if you guys go back, I think it's King Solomon. King Solomon and Alexander the Great, the brothers, and we read the story on that. This is just more confirmation, right? Okay. Alexander the Great on his campaign. The young man was implicated in a plot against the king and was later executed, but his name remained attached to the work. By tradition, this biography and its author are referred to as the pseudo-Callisthenes. But we know that they were sons of the great chief in America, an American indigenous king. In fact, the author was someone singularly lacking in erudition and with little inclination to historical rigor. His his source his sources are dubious. Many of them date from several centuries after Alexander's expeditions to Persia. Moreover, he added fables that were widely known during the reign of Caracalla, the emperor who brought the cult of the greatest of Antiquities conquerors back into fashion. Despite its mediocrity, or perhaps because of it, the work had a surprisingly wide distribution. It was translated from Greek into Latin, Armenian, Gorian, Persian, Syriac, Arabic, Turkish, Amharic, Coptic, and Hebrew. It even reached India and Indonesia after the Bible. It was the most widely translated work into the Renaissance. Now look at this. This, they say, is the representation of the Garden of Eden at the center, the fountain of the life from where springs the 4 rivers. Did we read about this? Adam and Eve are about to eat the forbidden fruit. Now it just said that the fruit had all type of fruits on it. This tree, the tree of life. This is where they're at. Death, the consequence of sin, is represented in the form of corpse, engraved by Franco, son of Jean Bontemps, in the City of God in 1473. So the story we were talking about, this is actually a depiction of that. Now, here's the fountain with the 4 that shows the 4 corners. We see this. This is talking about the sacrifices, right? We see Adam and Eve. We see the serpent on the tree, which is a gargoyle. Man, I wish I could have got it yesterday. Squid and was going over some stuff with this picture. I can't remember the picture. I wish I could have downloaded it so I could have brought it up. But this is like the same thing. I was like, oh my gosh, I want them to see this. But this is like so relevant to that. Okay, hold on a second, because we're going to get into that. Showing you guys. Okay, I'm actually, you know what? Let me stop now. Stop sharing that. I'm going to get back into this last book. That's what we're going to do right now. All right, hold on. Let's see which ones. I'm going to make sure. This one. Or is it this? Okay, yep. All right. Getting this last book so that I can get into this other information, and we're going to be done after that. Oh my gosh, this is like going pretty good. Actually, better than I thought. I don't want to start a Cleopatra story. Let's see. Yeah, we're going to start up here. I want to just read about some of these people and we get these timelines of things that happen. This is definitely it's somewhat off because I'm going to go back into what we were originally talking about, but I want you to get the timelines of some of these people and how these stories have been transformed. So this is what we're going to do. Okay, we are going to get right back into it. Thanks for coming back, bro. I know it's a nice day for everybody to handle everything they need to. And I'm going to make sure that I'm getting as much information to this build as possible because I'm going to have a very busy week. Okay. Oh, I said I'm going to make sure you guys got the book. Okay. And this is a classical dictionary containing a copious account of all proper names. And actually, dang, I can't even copy this one right now. But I'll try and put it. If I don't, I'll try and get it in after, guys. I'm sorry, but yeah, let's keep it moving. I don't want to take too much time in trying to get this situated because this one I can't really get to because I'm reading. All right. All right. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. All right. Cleopatra, the granddaughter of Attalus, betrothed to Philip of Macedonia, after he had divorced Olympias. When Philip was murdered by Cassanis, Cleopatra was seized by order of Olympias and put to death. Sister of Alexander the Great, who married Perdiccas, and was killed by Antigus as she attempted to fly to Ptolemy in Egypt. As she attempted to fly to Plen, Ptolemy in Egypt, she attempted to fly. How could she fly if she didn't have a plane? How did they have planes back then? Is that just another depicted lie that, they tried to prove to us that the Cleopatra time was so far ago? Oh, sorry, guys. Please excuse me. It's writing so small, guys. Okay. The wife of Tigranes, king of of Armenia, sister of Mithridates. Some these are this book is pretty old, guys, and some of the letters are kind of faded out. So some of this reading is me, and some of it's the book. Let's see. She was suspected of preparing poison for Antiochus, her son, and compelled to drink it herself. BC 120. Wife of the sister of Ptolemy, Evergetes, who raised her son Alexander, a minor, to the throne of Egypt, in uh, in preference to his elder brother Ptolemy Lathyrus, whose interests the people favored. As Alexander was odious, Cleopatra suffered Lathyrus to ascend the throne, on condition, however, that he should repudiate his sister and wife called Cleopatra. So Cleopatra married her brother and married Seleucia, his younger sister, and married his other sister, both his sisters. She afterward raised her favorite Alexander to the throne, but her cruelties were so odious that he fled to avoid her tyranny. Cleopatra laid snares for him, and when Alexander heard it, he put her to death. God dang. He said, Mama, you gotta go. The queen of Egypt, daughter of Ploneolus, the sister and wife of Ptolemy Ditius, celebrated for her beauty and her cunning. She admitted Caesar to her arms to influence him to give her the kingdom, in preference to her brother who had expelled her and had a son by him called Caesarion. As she had supported Brutus Antony in his expedition to Parthia, summoned for his appear before him, She arrayed herself in the most magnificent apparel and appeared before her judge in the most captivating attire. Her artifice succeeded. Anthony became enamored of her, and publicly married her. For forgetful of his connections with Octavia, the sister of Augustus, he gave her the greatest part of the eastern provinces of the Roman Empire. This behavior was the cause of a rupture between Augustus and Antony, and these two celebrated Romans met at Actium, where Cleopatra, by flying with 60, I don't know what it's saying, 60 something, I can't read it, guys, ruined the interest of Anthony, and he was defeated. So as you guys see, it keeps saying they flew. I was telling them yesterday, I was on someone's build, I don't recall, but we were talking about the airships. They had these airships that would go and they would charge everywhere. When the airships charged, they would be able to refuel themselves and keep it moving. So obviously she flew on one of these airships, even way back when. Okay? All right, you got it. Okay, Cleopatra had retired to Egypt, where soon after Antony followed her. Antony killed himself upon the false information that Cleopatra was dead. And as he wound for, as his wound was not mortal, he was carried to the queen, who drew him up, listen to this, by a cord from one of the windows of the monument where she had retired and concealed herself. Antony soon after died of his wound, and Cleopatra, after she had received pressing invitations from Augustus and after pretending declarations of love, destroyed herself by the bite of an asp, not to fall into the conqueror's hands. She had previously attempted to stab herself and had once made a resolution to starve herself. Cleopatra was a nut. Cleopatra was a voluptuous and extravagant woman. She was a voluptuous and extravagant woman. So we know when you hear voluptuous woman, what kind of woman was she? Come on now. She's a colored woman. And in one of the feasts she gave to Anthony at Alexandria, she melted pearls into her drink to render her entertainment more sumptuous and expensive. She was fond of appearing dressed as the goddess Isis, and she advised Anthony to make war against the richest nations to support her debaucheries. Her beauty had been greatly commended, and her mental perfection so highly celebrated that she had been described as capable of giving audience to the ambassadors of 7 different nations, and of speaking their various languages as fluently as her own. 2 treaties, the Metacamen Facia Epistole Erotic and the Morbis Marlirium, had been falsely attributed to her. She died in BC, 60 years after a reign of 24 years at the age of 29. Egypt became a Roman province at her death. Cleopatra is, okay, I think I'm going to go on from there. I wanted to read, damn, wish I could. I don't want to really, it's going to be hard to find it. There's so many pages in here. Hold on, guys, let me see. Yes, I am. You talking about me, brother? Yes, I am taking the fast today. That's probably why I'm having a little disorientation. So you guys gotta excuse me. Me and a group of us are doing the fast for some manifestation. So I'm a little delirious at this time. Peace, brother. All right, let's finish. Let's get to it. Let me find it. There's like four areas. Dang, I'm gonna have to come back on this book by itself, really, to be honest. I probably shouldn't even open this up today because there's like too many things to get into. Yeah, let me stop right there. We read a little bit on Cleopatra in that area. I'm gonna bring something else up that I want to share with you guys. Just one moment. These last two bits of information, and I am out. So yes, I definitely hope we can be done in 2.5 or 3 hours of this build. Um, let's see. Let me cancel that. All right. I'm gonna just read. I'm gonna read. One thing is a description. I'm gonna read on moral naturalism, and then we're gonna get into this last bit of information that is gonna expound upon a lot of this stuff that I'm trying to coincide. So let's get into that. It's too hot for hot tea, but that's what I need right now. Lord have mercy. All right, I'm gonna read something to you guys on moral naturalism. While the term moral naturalism has a number of different meanings, it is more frequently used to describe naturalistic versions of moral realism. Moral realism held that there are objective, mind-independent facts and properties. Moral naturalists hold that these objective, mind-independent moral facts are natural facts. Moral naturalism can also be used as a label for views in normative ethics, which hold that things are good if they are natural, or as a label for any view in mathematics, which is consistent with the general metaphysical naturalism. But naturalistic moral realism is the subject of this entry. Moral naturalism appeals to many. Since it combines the advantages of naturalism and realism, but others have argued that moral naturalism does inadequate justice to the central dimensions of our practice with moral concepts. In this entry, we examine the most prominent arguments for for and against moral naturalism. The profile three of the most popular and influential versions of moral naturalism. You guys can actually this goes into everything. What is the naturalism? What is the naturalism's? This is question army normative. This goes into contemporary naturalism, neo Aristotelian naturalism. This goes into Cornell realism. This and it also goes into academic tools, so on and so forth. I'm going to drop this in the chat for you guys if you guys want to do a little studies on that. It does bring you into a bit of information. So, right. And now we're going to get into the last bit of information, and we are complete after that. Okay, let's see. Okay, there we go. I think I gotta go to 173. Let me go up. Actually, let me just share it first. All right, guys. Now I'm going to get a little bit into the Pactum de Singularis Salem, which is a covenant of the one heaven. This was brought back to my attention yesterday by someone. They were on a different subject, but it pertains to what we're talking about today. So I'm going to actually go to, I think it's 173 or 170 something. Hold on. Okay. Let me see. Y'all love talking about society, so I thought this was a good piece of information. And then I'm gonna elaborate on it because it's crazy. This shit right here about to get real crazy. Okay, now, whew, man, I think I gotta take like a few minutes, guys. I need to catch my breath, real quick. I just need to go out on the balcony real quick to try to get a little fresh air. It's so hot, but I gotta do something. Something is not going on. I gotta clear my head a little bit, guys. Hold on a second.
Bluetooth connected.
Get you guys one little quick one before we get into this, because we're done after this. Whew. I just gotta take a quick break before I finish. I wanted to try to finish it out, guys, but I can't right now. I gotta go clear my throat and stuff. It's just too much going on. Scared to play Trey Ali song because you know what? Let me play something by my boy here. Whew. Actually, that's a little different vibration. I want to say this something about mellow. Hold on. If possible. Since we're talking about it, history, I ain't played this in a long time.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk?
Hold on, guys.
What, and not only that, but why is the serpent's belly when that's
Wrong thing, hold on.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. The truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Realize. Yeah. Slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America, pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm darn. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonials came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off cause we here. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans, naturalized citizens. Made all the Indians, niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First place 16, 19 was all right. 1200 wasn't no continent, all right. You're named after a black woman, all right. Grafted it come from us, do your research. Go within, quit listening to the teacher. And the new guy voice coming out the speaker. Cut our trees down and made us weaker. Really, they foreigner, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aborigine, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of the war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up, everybody, don't be no sheep. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privileges real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. You built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read what we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats there together, pay attention. We got ancestors, but the papers is missing. Kings and queens, but you can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vaccine, don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States, only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon killers still walking around free? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I've stated. Reach to the press, somebody gotta say it. I'm taking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. History, it's his story. It ain't my story. History is his story. Probably ain't your story. History is his story. It's his story.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get to it. This right here. Now I'm about to tell y'all about like this. I don't know. I'm just going to maybe I should go a little bit elaborate first. Okay, let's do that. So when it comes to the Pactum de Singularis Calum, right? It is a covenant of one haven, heaven, haven. When you're thinking about the covenant of one haven, that's what coming together, one haven coming together. Now, the amazing part of this, right, is that this is actually the order. When we read earlier about the order of the Jesuits, it was talking a little bit about that. We didn't read a lot of. That's why I gave you guys the book. You got to go look at this stuff yourself. I can't go over everything. I don't have hours and hours. But the order. So this here is talking about the order, and we're about to show you how everything, the plot and the planning, just like the first book we read, it really literally told you how they planned. They set up commissions for each area. They had a commission on history. They had a commission on the history of America so that they could plot it and plan it. Everything is plotted, right? So keeping in mind, this right here is very important in regards to that. This actually has to do with canon law. It actually has to do with your freedom and you being assumed not only physically but mentally and spiritually by another energy, another spirit coming together with all types of energies to flow in one as one planet. This is part of that new world order that you hear about. All of all of that, the one world government. This actually is going into all of that, and it's also going to expose the information on the laws being set up. But you just really have to read between the lines. Our planet is a conscious being by the power of the authority of the covenant and on behalf of all men, women, and higher order beings, living and deceased, we henceforth acknowledge our Earth as a singular living entity and conscious being encompassing not only its own unique life, needs, experience, relationship, community, and transformation, but also similar simple cellular life and all that higher ordered life and systems without its fields of extension of its physical and living body. In respect of this fact and demonstrated under the terms of this sacred treaty, we acknowledge our Earth as a unique and living entity of its own singular consciousness by bestowing the second number of the Society of One Heaven as the second member of the unique collective awareness itself. Henceforth, the membership key of our planet Earth as the third member of the Society of the One Heaven shall be the key. Blah 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 blah. They brought the keys. I was trying to show Red Squid. The keys that you brought up yesterday, the pictures that she had on the document, it that's what it's talking about. As a full and legitimate number of member of the society of blah 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 is called upon fellow members being unique. Listen, this is important. This is going to show you the order being set up. The earth has called upon fellow member being unique collective awareness and our sun to provide divine remedy through the society of one heaven as to its need for remedy, the sun and moon. Our earth depends upon the sun for the sustainment of life, yet life on earth depends upon the wise custodianship of Homo sapiens sapiens to protect and respect life, right? The reality remains that without a system to protect the earth, a system to protect the earth from asteroids, large meteorites, and comets, the earth will be struck again with disastrous consequences for higher order life. Mm. As a divine remedy and agreement to our earth. As a living entity, our earth is entitled to do what it chooses to the race of Homo sapiens, whether it be our benefit of harm by the sacred covenant, and it in respect to our earth being the third
full and valid member of the Society of One Heaven, and upon one earth being party in full agreement to the terms of this task, and all members of society to see that the environment of the earth is healed by second great conclave, and that the earth has a living partner in the form of a living planet, Mars, having oceans and conditions to support life by the third great conclave and of one heaven. Now, let's see. I don't want to read everything, but I want to read something important. Okay. In recognition of our united pledge to the covenant and the proposition of the United Haven, we do hereby bestow our authority, including all instruments of power, all claims of authority unto the Holy Covenant of One Haven, and to the proper authority and structure of the United States of Spirits. The United States of Spirits, what is the United States of Spirits, you say? That from this point on, when the leadership of One Haven or its or its designated representatives on earth speak, they do so with the authority of the transference of authority of official ambassadors to the validity of this covenant and treaty as the highest of all ecclesiastical law and international law. Not ecclesiastical and international law, you say, but that's what they said. Ecclesiastical and international law. Part of what? Canon laws, per se. Is that canon law? Let's get into it. The conditions of the treaty. Let no living entity, man or woman, soul or form, claim this agreement in solemn oath otherwise that we recognize the full authority, power, and legitimacy of the covenant and the One Haven, and that we recognize. I'm going to go past this part, guys. Hold on, I'm going to get to something else. But hold on. I don't even want to get into the agreement part. Where is it? 173. Let me go to page 173. I think this is it. Treaty of the Moon. Okay. Check this out. The highest concording parties in recognition and witness to the validity of the treaty of the earth, and in recognition and respect to the divine remedy offered by the divine creator and demonstration through the covenant of the supreme patron, and the treaty of the divine masculine, and the treaty of the divine feminine, and the treaty of the divine apostles, and the treaty of angels, saints, and demons. Do you guys hear this? Treaty of angels, saints, and demon. The treaty of spirit states to the end of war in heaven, thereby establishing conditions by which war on earth may also be ended by the treaty of the sun, which ensures our sun shall do everything in his power to protect us. Thus come now with these presents and agree to the covenant of the moon. Anybody familiar with any of this? Are you familiar with the covenant of the moon? I know a lot of you guys are always talking about certain things, always speak about the negative aspects of the moon. Okay, let's get it. Our dependency and identity to our earth. Let it be known that we, the man, woman, and higher order beings, living and deceased, acknowledge our unique existence by the existence of suitable living conditions upon our planet, also known as the earth, thanks to the seas, proximity, and the nature of the moon. Thanks to what? Did y'all hear that? Listen, I'm going to read that again. Let it be known that we, the men, women, and higher order beings, living and deceased, knowledge our unique existence by the existence of suitable living conditions upon our planet, also known as the earth, thanks to the seas. To the earth, thanks to the size and the proximity and nature of the moon. What is the nature of the moon? I'm not going to get into that, but we talked about it many times, that negative activation on the electromagnitude of the physical body, right? Our physical living bodies are adapted to the unique conditions of hydrocarbon life on Earth. Hydrocarbon, what is hydrocarbon? That is air, right? But when you think of hydro, you think that's what? When you think about hydro, when you hear hydro, that what? Hydronate something. They'll tell you, oh, hydronate. That sounds like
putting moisture to something. That sounds like revitalizing something. You would want to hydrate your plants. You would want to hydrate your skin if it's very dry, so on and so forth, right? So the conditions of the conditions of hydrocarbon life on Earth. You are a hydronic, carbonic being, right? So a carbon-based being that is edified by hydro, and hydro would not be the moistening or the water aspect. We're talking about air. When you're thinking about hydro, that it's also air, because air is water, but it is a condensed form of water. And then with the density in that, hydro would also give the density in the body, which is a lightness to everything, right? Okay. Life on Earth that would be impossible without the interaction of the moon, which enables the compression of the Earth's atmosphere and the key reduction of temperature extremes. Mhm. Thus, in the absence of our moon, oceans would not exist on the planet, and our atmosphere would be too thin to sustain life, and we would not exist. Who are the we? And why would it be too thin to sustain life when we are water and life and light? But maybe they confused as to what's going on. The moon as a conscious being, by the power and authority of this covenant, and on behalf of all men, women, and higher order beings, living and deceased, and we henceforth acknowledge our moon as a single living entity and conscious being, encompassing not only its own unique life, needs, experience, relationship, community, and transformation, but its fundamental influences on our own bodies, moons, and mind. It's fundamental influences that are on the mind, body, and the mind. Right? Furthermore, we recognize the historical significance of our moon to our ancestors and their beliefs thereof by official recognition of the moon as its own conscious being. Choosing to be associated with the earth, we also recognize the historical beliefs, culture, and wisdom of the ancestors. Check this out. Ratification treaty. By agreement of the highest contracting parties, the treaty of the covenant shall be ratified throughout all heaven, spiritual dimensions, and universe by the day of agreement and understanding, and shall be ratified by any remaining listen, by any remaining temporal. What is a temporal force? What is the temporal? Is that the temple? Residing in our upon the conquered and occupied land, sea, and atmosphere, and the society of one haven by the day of judgment, ratification by date of agreement and understanding by the covenant that was created on the 21st of December on a Wednesday of 2009. Very recent, right? We're talking 13 years ago. 13. Ratification by day of agreement and understanding shall be when this treaty and covenant is ratified throughout all heaven, spiritual dimensions, and the universe by the highest offices held on one haven, representing the Supreme Council of Occupational Forces in and on earth, and when it at least two spirits conveyed into circumscribed living flesh bear witness to the event. Now I'm about to go down. I'm going to go past some of this. Unique design of the seal, affixing the Great Seal, the Supreme Council of One Islam. Check this out. Look, I was about to pass this, but I got to read this too. Hold on. I got to read this one too. Hold on. I got to go back. In recognition of the great conclave of one heaven, once every 100 years, the Great Seal of the one haven shall reflect the unique terms of the specific nine. The specific nine. The specific nine. Great and holy spirits, and the 144,000 who are the supreme councils of saints. The 144 council who are the supreme councils of saints. What saints? The ones of the grove, right? They spoke earlier about the grove, right? The grove. I think my brother just joined. Hold on. I was just going in the chat, bro. I don't know how long you've been sitting back here, but I wasn't on the screen. Peace to you.
Peace. I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, bro. So let me finish that part real quickly. So yeah, it says, check this out, bro. It says, okay. So it says,
the Holy Spirit, the 9 great and holy spirits, right? And then it says, and the 144,000, which are the supreme council of saints. The council of saints are who? The order, right? Which are the Kabbalistic order of saints. They're going to expose a little more of that. We check this out. At the conclusion of the great conclave of one haven, and new great seals shall be forged, reflecting the new officials and spiritual leadership of one haven. Affixing the great seal, the Supreme Council of one Islam. Of what? Of one Islam, one spirit tribe, and one faith of God, and to provide for the safe custody of the seal, which may only be used by the authority of the respective supreme councils, accepting those documents listed as mandatory for leadership of the 3 great faiths. The 3 great faiths. How is it 3 great faiths? We only have one great faith, which are the great spirits that our ancestors went by. The one true deity that doesn't have really a name or anything like that. But yeah, their respective supreme boards. Check this out now. Their respective supreme boards and supreme councils by this covenant, every instrument to which the seal is affixed is to be signed by either the Imam Mahdi, the Messiah, or the Matrayat, or countersigned by the general secretary of the respective supreme council, or by another man or woman appointed by the supreme council for the purpose. A supreme council may determine either generally or in any particular case that a signature may be affixed by a mechanical means specified in the determination. What is a certificate seal? The organization of one Islam, one faith of God, and or one spirit tribe may have one or more duplicates of the seal, which are to be facsimiles of the seal with the addition of their faces on the word certificate seal, and which are to be known as certificate seals. Any certificate for shares, for membership, for certification, for qualification, or financial instruments issued under a certificate seal is deemed to be sealed with the Great Seal. Now, check this out. The council. Who are the council? All legislative powers of one heaven shall be vested in a supreme council, the council, which shall consist of one house, a supreme council. The council shall be made up of the sacred elder saints and elected representative of all regional councils, regional collectives, and their members of one great haven. Each of the 3 great religions of one Islam, one great God, and one great spirit tribe shall be elect 48,000 saints. This is the distribution. Once ever 128 years of spirit members of the Council of Saints in ceremony known as the Great Conclave on one haven. That sounds like the Bohemian Grove. Let's keep moving. Power of the council. Vested by the covenant, the Supreme Council shall have the power to create new bills, and amend existing laws of one haven into bills for review. The Supreme Council shall also have the power to create new plans and actions of one haven, as well as to review the appointments of any man, woman, or higher order, being by the executive to the permanent position prescribed by this covenant. The Supreme Council also has vested by this covenant the power to commission a supreme impeachment for the forced removal of any elected official from the unique collective awareness of great spirits to any position within any branch of government of one haven. So the council sessions. Accepting a supreme election year. Every year, there shall be one session of field days corresponding to equal divisions of the year, whereby members of the Supreme Council of Saints are summoned to attend. A day within a session when members of the council are summoned to sit in Parliament shall be called a sitting session day.
The timing of this session shall correspond to a feast and set the days of the faithful of each of the great religions on earth in recognition that in the wishes of earth it shall also be the wish of heaven that the great council of saints meet. Why would that be the wish of heaven? That's their order. Man, ears getting clogged up, y'all. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting it. The timing of this session shall correspond to a feast and set of days of the faithful of each of the great religions of earth in recognition that the wishes of earth, it shall also be the wish of heaven that the great council of saints meet during a year in which an election is to be called every 128 years. The parliament shall not sit, and there shall be no feast of celebration, operation of their council. Council shall exist for a fixed period of 128 years before being dissolved ahead of supreme elections of the new council. Responsibility for good conduct and control of the Supreme Council and the scheduling of business and within the chamber shall be vested in the office of President of the Supreme Council. The President of the Supreme Council shall be an independent role, free from political party preferences, and candidates shall be elected by new council members themselves on the first day of sitting in the new parliament after a supreme election. The total length of the supreme session shall be determined by the president and shall be permitted to exceed 30 sitting session days. Supreme Council attendance. I'm going to go past this. Hold on, guys. I think I'm going to go to 179. I want you to get further into the depth of this because this is like surface, but I want y'all to see what they're talking about. When it comes to the councils, hold on 1 second. Okay. Oath of the unique awareness of great spirits. Prior to the commencement of their term of office, the unique collective awareness of great spirits shall make the office public oath in the name of unique collective awareness. Thee do we serve, and thee do we beseech for help. I do solemnly swear, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I ain't gonna do all that. Term of the unique collective awareness of spirits. The unique collective awareness of spirits shall hold their office during the term of 100 years to be elected Supreme Council, same as the prior, I guess. Maximum term tenure of the unique collective awareness great spirits by the covenant of the great spirits is ineligible to serve beyond a total of 3 terms, 300 years, except those great spirit members have parliament right by treaty to hold position of office forever by treaty. The unique collective awareness of great spirits shall upon appointment renounce all claims to poverty, all claims to immortal bonds, all claims to the immediate family and commitments, all claims to obligation to anyone but to one haven and to the world of unique collective awareness. Sounds crazy, right? In respect to the rich, to the high office of the unique collective awareness of great spirits, as the office seal of the unique collective awareness in the great spirit, each great spirit shall have their own unique office seal based on the commission. This is a way of operating, their own unique a way of operating, having a seal. A seal would be like a crest, your family crest, having a family crest, having an estate in your trust. That would be what you operate out of to collectively have your affairs in order. So that would be a great seal. They're having a great seal coming together or combining together, bringing themselves united as one to have a stronger power versus the individual is what they're talking about. In recognition that this covenant also represents the highest authority of treaty with evil, check this out, with evil in the end of hell and the war in heaven, the first election of great spirits of the 3, not elected by the 3 great faiths of one great God and one great ism and one tribe, one spirit tribe shall be fixed and determined. The 3 permanent great seals of the unique collective awareness are the 3 great members of society, being the unique collective awareness itself, the sun by the treaty of the sun, and the spirit of the earth and by the treaty of the earth. The 3 great spirits first selected by divine revelation. Who are these people to make treaties with the sun? Like what? This sounds absurd. Hence, let me go past this. Actually, I'm gonna go to 70. Okay, yes, here it is. Okay.
It says Go ahead, bro. You want to say something real quick?
I was gonna say, man, you killing them so hard. I want you to finish this, and then what I'm gonna say about the contract that's involved in this, everybody
Mm-hmm.
gonna be like, "Hold on, wait, what?" And you breaking it down perfect. You killing them so slow. That's why I'm being patient. Go ahead and keep
Yes,
killing them.
yes,
'Cause this
yes, twin. I know. Yes, I love it. Thank you. Thanks for coming up here and having my back because you already know you're gonna bring up the that knowledge that you have when it comes to the intensity of this history, brother. I really respect and love that the info that you be having. I'm
That's
learning it,
why I
and
fucks with
it's
you,
so
twin.
new.
That's
But
why we be on that same vibration. Even if we ain't on the same masters, we're on the same vibration. So that's why I'm rocking with you. Let's do this.
yes, baby, here I go. Oh, hold on, guys. Let me pause. I gotta go clear my throat, y'all. 1 second. This is good. Hold on, one moment. Yeah, I'll be right back, bro. I gotta clear my throat real quick. Okay, guys. I know this might sound a little boring, guys, but it's trust me, trust me. There's a method to the madness, to the boredomness, or whatever. We about to get into this. I want you guys to really hear this crap. Okay. Be known as great and damn, it took a little energy out of me. Trying to get that crap out. Be known as great and Holy Spirit's pledge all their awareness, focus, forces to the goals of this covenant and all associated covenants and charters and treaties. Therefore, any society, force, movement, or group that proclaims in open of secret uh, at secret it allegiance, yes. Dang, guys, I'm telling you, my cognitive is off. Y'all got to excuse me. Y'all know I'm like stuttering and stumbling like this. Goodness, it's allegiance to any force ultimately to such spirits must therefore also pledge into allegiance the pledge into allegiance. Man, this should be pissing me off sometime, I swear. Pledge pledge its allegiance and honor to protecting and supporting this covenant and all associated covenants and charters. I'm not going to elaborate too much, y'all, because y'all know I want to keep going. But keeping in mind, do you hear this? Pledge its allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, to the United States of America, to the Republic. I'm gonna wait till my bro start talking. Maybe he'll go back on that part and touch on that. Just y'all just
Hold on.
remember.
I just want to say something about that to remind
No,
people.
please do. I want to keep stopping, but please do, bro, because I wanted to.
Okay, so now everybody, we all know that a covenant is a contract, right? So this contract was a new covenant and it's called the New Testament. Keep going.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Should any officer or member of any open or what? Open or secret society pledging their allegiance to Satan. Listen to this shit. Okay, this is why I get a little upset, and I be trying not to. Everybody be like, leave your emotions out of it. I be trying, y'all. I'm such an emotional, sensitive being. I can't help it. I'm so empathic to everything. Ugh. Twin, I know, baby. I know. These bastards. Now let me stop. Yo, it'd be so real, right? It's like you have to keep your emotions out of it because you got to be clear. And I want to make sure.
Man, I'm
Yeah,
turned up over here. It says I'm telling you.
yeah.
Get it.
Listen,
Get it.
get it. Let's get it. Okay. I'm gonna start over for y'all to get this part. Okay. Should any officer or member of any open or secret society, pledging a pledge to a society. When you join, you pledge an oath to the society. Listen to the pledge and who it's to. Pay attention. The same pledge they had you reading in school and we didn't even know, pledging death on our life. Yo, I'm sorry, I said I wasn't going to elaborate, y'all. Let me get through it. Should any officer or member of any open or secret society pledging their allegiance to Satan, the devil, Lucifer, Iblis, Mara, Cybele, or any other incarnation reject this most supreme and holy covenant
and its associated laws, then it will represent a personal and specific dishonor to these great spirits as bestowed the first, the greatest honor as members of the Supreme Council of Heaven and Earth under the covenant. It just, okay, let's keep going. Any officer, therefore, demonstrating such dishonor, it's a dishonor, they say, shall be twice dishonored, for they shall hold neither the authority of any force of good or evil. The authority of good or evil, what? But it's an authority of who? Who they say it's authority of? To they pledge it to who? All these different things that are incarnation, and then it tells you right here that is the force of good or evil. They use good or evil. That's why if you ever hear any of the, I got to say this part. I said I wasn't going to elaborate. I'm gonna say this quick. Any of the Masons, a lot of times they'll say, "There's a balance." The balance. They always want to say that balance, the scale, the balance, the scale. The balance of the scale is what good and evil. You got to have good. You got to have evil. You got to have dark. You got, you know, they love to argue that point. I ain't gonna elaborate much on that, but keep that in mind when you hear a conversation and they're saying that and they're talking about that. Keep in mind this is what's going on. They're using the force of good or evil because they use both. Okay, their oath is to both. Okay, but be immediately stripped, excuse me, of all spiritual authority. Therefore, remedy is offered to such officers of alternate societies that have at any point pledged their obedience to any such great spirit. A great spirit is who? A great spirit of Satan, Lucifer, devil, Iblis, Mara, Cybele, or any other incarnations that they create. Okay, they
Marduk.
are duty bound to accept. Say, bro.
I was saying Marduk and Malak.
Mm. Moloch. They be having about 20 names. Are these the same? That's what I want. I'm glad you said that, bro. Is that the same thing, bro? When they be saying Moloch and they'll say like Molech, is that two different deities or is that the same thing? They just pronounce it different.
It's an evil deity. It's an evil deity king. Yep, same person.
Same thing. Okay. It says that they are duty bound. Listen to this, to accept the remedy that's prescribed by this covenant. The remedy that's prescribed by the covenant of the evil. So check it out. Associated covenants and law. Failing to obedience and refusing such remedies shall represent a most grave dishonor twice for refusing to dishonor any open allegiance to good and any secret allegiance to evil. Crazy. The Supreme Board of Directors. The Supreme Board of Directors shall be a board of individuals selected by the unique collective awareness of great spirits to head the parliament, statutory authorities, and uphold the laws regarding the critical systems of one haven. So upholding the laws of the critical systems of one haven, that would mean they are over the what? Government, because they are in control of the hierarchy of all of these people that pledge oath, the lawyer, judge, doctor, a priest, any of these people, right? They pledge the oath to who? Let's not forget who they pledge an oath to. They're pledging their allegiance to Satan, the devil, Lucifer, Iblis, Mara, Cybele, Molech. Yeah, all of that. Pay attention. The tenure of a director shall be at the sole discretion of the unique collective awareness of great spirits. Given the importance of each system within our society functioning to its optimum in position of a supreme director should reflect and very best of the community with the knowledge, experience, and respect relating to the system they manage. What? Because of the importance and the honor of such position. So it's an honor to pledge and to get to the hierarchy. You want to get to a certain degree to reach a certain level. This is an honor. When you get to a certain degree or a level, that's an honor bestowed upon you. You are more supreme. You are seen as more supreme in their eyes. Supreme directors shall also be collectively known as the blessed angels. Angels. With angels and demons that say, is that like crossing the line? Is the same damn thing. What's going on, babe? Hold on, y'all. What's up, babe?
They trying to convert the demons to be angels.
What? Okay, what you said, bro? I didn't hear you.
I was saying that what they're trying to do by doing it in document and in testimony, they're trying to create the demons to be angels in our eyes.
Combining with the evil, the this, all that crap they, doing, huh, bro? It says
Man,
until
when I drop this charm on your necklace, and man, the people in the back check will be like, "Whoa, it's keep going because you killing them."
I hope they paying attention, bro. You think they paying attention, bro? Look, they done started leaving the chat. I don't even usually be watching the thing, but I know there's a lot of people left. I said, oh, I'm boring them, but y'all know
The
if it was
wise
two,
one's
then
still in
we
the
gonna
back.
get
The
this
wise
work.
one's still here.
We still gonna get this work, even if it go down to 2. I'm in there. Y'all with me? We got this energy popping. Think it's a game. Y'all know how I get down. We about this info. We about to get it right here. Formation of provisional executive. Hmm. Until the first great conclave in the day of redemption, all power and authority of the Supreme Council of One Haven shall be vested in a provisional executive of 6 great spirits. These great spirits shall be the unique collective awareness of what? The sun, the earth, the Satan, the Iblis, and Mara. The provisional executive shall be vested with the authority of supportive and provisional council and ensure that every obstacle may be removed toward achieving the primary goals of the covenant. Everything goes to the goals of the covenant. The judiciary, the judiciary, the judicial power of the one haven shall be vested in one Supreme Court. Supreme Court, in parentheses, we talking about Supreme Court. The judicial power of one haven is all under the Supreme Court. What rulings go to the Supreme Court? Any. When you go to the highest court, it is where the Supreme Court. So this is the hierarchy of this particular development. Parliament, the Supreme Court, may itself introduce further inferior courts as it deemed necessary to establish on condition that it does not conflict, corrupt, or diminish the primary courts listed in the covenant. Let's talk about the construction of the Supreme Court. Including the foundation period of the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court shall consist of 12 justices, really, appointed by the unique collective awareness of the great spirits upon the approval of all the faithful voting on earth every great conclave every 128 years. During the foundation period of the Supreme Council, the court shall consist of 4 justices appointed by the unique collective awareness consistent with sacred notice and revelation. The tenure of a justice of the Supreme Court shall be for a period of not greater than 128 years and subject to their good conduct and confidence of Parliament. 128 years. Damn. They old as hell, ain't they? Power of the Supreme Court. Vested by the government, the Supreme Court shall have the following powers. Original jurisdiction. The Supreme Court shall have original and final jurisdiction in all manners. That is what? The highest court that reigns. Arising under this covenant or involving its interpretation and arising under any laws made by Parliament and of spiritual jurisdiction and or matters of moral authority. Why would the legal covenant and laws of Parliament and any type of covenant or interpretation have anything to do with the matters of moral authority or spiritual jurisdiction in the mind state of a human being? What do you think? Arising under any treaty with any higher order spirits or treaty with the divine creator, and arising from any statutes, laws, and historic instruments of any non-Eucadian society that is based upon a claimed treaty with any higher order spirits or the divine creator and affected consult or other representative and other non-homo sapien, non-homo sapiens, spiritual beings. Entities, devils, spirits, these evil entities that they were trying to bring in when they opened the so-called CERN to open the vibrational light frequency so that portals would open to allow these spirits in, right? in which one haven or a man, woman, or higher order being represented, an official on behalf of one haven is being accused of a controversy through rule of law of a non-Euclidean society. And just to add to that, another note, they don't really have the authority to do that. We have the power in the strength. We just have to stand in it. We can fight against any of these by the power of our energy. But you got to know it and feel it and be able to walk in it to do all that. Okay. Between regional collective bodies of one haven, or between residents of different or lesser bodies of one haven, or between the regional collective body of one haven and a resident or another regional body of one haven, and between regional bodies of one haven and foreign non-homo sapien and foreign non-foreign. Not only earlier, remember, just keeping in mind, it's talking about other non-homo sapiens. So it spoke of the non-homo sapiens, right? And then it comes down here to speak of foreign non-homo sapien spiritual entities. Keep that in mind. Or resident of a non-one haven homo sapien collective, and in which one of the 13 great rights of justice are requested to be issued against a non-Euclidean society. What is Euclidean? Is that so-called alien shit they be talking about, which we know is some BS? There are these spirits and entities, and there are y'all know how I feel about that. But when it comes to them premising of a certain alien that is alien to us, that's a total different subject. But just keep that in mind. That's what they're speaking of. Behavior of a non-Euclidean society or person holding office of a non-Euclidean society, including a right of redemption and restitution, a right of habeas rex, a right of mandamus, a right of quo warranto, a right of certiorari, a right of prohibitio, a right of procedino, a right of coram nobis, a right of shire facias, a right of deripto corpus, a right of jucentio, a right of interdico, and a right of venia. Appellate jurisdiction. The Supreme Court shall represent the final and conclusive court of appeal in all matters. Yes. Go ahead, bro.
I was going to say, we got to remind people that every word you just said was in what language? Latin, the American Latin. So these words she just said, everybody, is law words in Latin, one of the indigenous languages to America. And they're stealing it. Go ahead.
Yes. Chad, I'm gonna get right back with y'all. I see a few people, different people came in. Shout out to y'all. I recognize you guys in a minute. Let's get to this next part. All right. Where was we at? Right here, bro. Okay. Appellate jurisdiction. The Supreme Court shall represent the final and conclusive court of appeal in all matters determined from all judgments, decrees, orders, and sentences of any justice or justices exercising the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and of any other lesser court of one haven and Euclidean societies, or of the Supreme Court in any Euclidean society, and of any court of any non-Euclidean society where one of the more parties redeem their membership and pledge their obedience. And let me just say that part again. They redeem their membership and pledge their obedience to the superior standing of the covenant of the one haven and the laws of Eucadia. So just to verify, bro, the Eucadia, is that Latin? And are they speaking about something here when they say Eucadia? Because I thought it was the premise of like these fake alien things that they try, like the Project Bluebeam stuff. I'm thinking it's something with that. What do you think on that real quick before I bypass that?
Yeah, Eucadia is a systematic type of program. I think it's a symbolic word that certain of those secret societies use to let people know that they're with their shits, with their fraud shits. Yeah.
So it's a premise. It's like one of the great spirits they're talking about. So when using that name, that's like a certain spirit or energy.
Right. It's like a conjuring. It's a conjuring word. Yeah.
The Supreme Court has Free Papa said for the straw man. Yes, the straw man would be the 13th council, right? Or the 13th colony, brother. Remember earlier it was saying 12. It kept saying the 12 this, 12 that, going into like the 12 tribes, which would take you back to like the 12 disciples, all of that stuff, right? Now it's talking about the 13 because why? It's brought the laws in. See, when they brought the laws in, this is changing and shifting everything. So now comes in the straw man, right? It absolutely right, brother. So now they're talking about the straw man and the placing of laws and the usage of a person or a spirit taking over the spirit, taking over the man, or taking over one period, right? What do you think about that, bro? Oh, you might be doing something too while I'm reading. I'm sorry. Let me hold on. I'm finna get back to it. I'm just checking with the chat. Appreciate you, bro. A day of fasting. Yes, today I am fasting, bro. The whole Messiah, no king, exactly. Fasting, cleansing, and purging. 30 days. Prophet said 30 days. We had a couple of days planned for my group, bro. 30 days sound good. I mean, we could do up to like 60. 30 sounds pretty good. I don't know who down, but today my first day. I can do the 30. We can start today. Who all with me? Hit me in my email. We're gonna do some affirmations. This morning we started with sunbathing and obtaining energy to be ready for the day. So there's some things we're doing in our group. So if you're interested, hit my email. Put it in the thing that it's about the fasting, and then I'll get to you. We'll put our time down and go on from there. Yes, talking about the body, the temple. I still ain't heard nothing about the crown, bro. We know the crown, who the crown is. We the crown, the gold energy, the true energy, the true freaking current.
Right.
The only thing that is. Ain't it right, bro?
Yeah, we are the master chakras. The master chakras. That's what we would call them outside of that. That's why they went to saying 12 into 13 colonies and all of that, because it was 12. They add themselves with a new contract to make it 13, which originally was 12 nations. Just like in the ancient book, 12 tribes and all that extra stuff. But it was 12 nations of people here. And that's what made up the Roman Empire. So if I spit the 12 nations right now, everybody be like, damn, I ain't never think about that. But yet you got people that try to build videos and say that you're using their information. I love you, Dummy.
Bro, it'd be funny, right? It'd be so funny. I don't know what be wrong with people. It's like a little kid that's lacking for attention. They need that attention, or whatever the case may be. We have to really get out of that, man. Come on. It's all about everybody being enlightened, because we are one as a collective. You see how they keep talking about the great spirit, what they building together. Oh, we grabbing the evil shit. We want it all, anything, all the energy we can get. Shit, we the most powerful energy here. They can't.
That's just on the planet. We are actually one of the really main. We are the what they would call a transmitter of energies to the planet. That's why they can't kill off the copper colored people in the planet, because the transmitters will not allow anybody else to survive. Plants and all that die if they try to kill us off. Go ahead.
Everything. What is the emissions gonna do to the planet? It ain't gonna be nothing here. It's gonna be dead. It's gonna be dead. You hear me? All right.
That's fact.
I'm about to get back to it. I just want to check y'all out real quick, see what y'all can. Make sure I didn't miss any point if anyone had a question, and let's get to it. Because bro, he itching to already drop something. So I'm gonna get to a little bit more, and then we're gonna let him get to his soliloquy, because he ready already. He itching already. Okay. The principle of separation of powers and Supreme Court. By virtue of the powers and functions defined in this covenant, it shall be a principal purpose of Parliament, Supreme Council, to make laws, and a principal purpose of the Supreme Court to preside and judge over cases brought in regards to these laws. This is the principle of the separation of powers. So the principle of separation of powers would be what? Bringing the laws in, bringing it as a court, and the rulings, the ones that would be the judgment over someone's ruling, those supreme powers. So now they have to have a system that is affixed to this entire thing. This whole affixed system, it starts by way of order, right? Having order in the mind so a person can follow the leader. And, then you're having an order of a system that's put in place. You have an order of history that's regurgitated, put in your mind, is pumped upon. You got all these things coming against you. So this order is easily put in place. So once you set this 13th colony in effect, you just have to go around all the rulings of the things that follow you on order, right? So that's what order is all about. Ordering the construct, ordering our minds, trying to order and rule over something that can't be contained. Pure energy. Like, come on, that shit crazy. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me keep moving. I'm gonna read this part. This is the principle of the separation of powers. In so much as judgments of the Supreme Court affect the function and the effect of the laws of Parliament and the bodies of one haven, the court shall not be permitted to use its verdicts as an alternative means of creating new law or regulation. However, it shall be considered a primary role of the Supreme Court to ensure that the laws of one haven and the new covenant at all levels reflect the good principles of this covenant and their principles of justice. So what? No matter what is right or true, or what should be standing, or what is fair, or what is truth in reality of something, depending on what the plan is of one haven, one has to follow the construct via the laws that are constructed to put the placement on a person, to have them under certain guidelines, right? Because for you to be under the guidelines, you have to be guided in a way on the straight and narrow, right? They're always talking about living on the straight and narrow. Shit, I don't want to be on the straight and narrow. I got too much energy in me. Shit, I can't sit still. Like, keeping it real. So when we're thinking about that, being on the straight and narrow would be following the guidelines of a system, right? Let's keep it moving, because I know bro gonna hit on all of that. Hold on. Where laws by the government or by the parliament in any way contradict the principles of this covenant and or fails to execute effectively its function or purpose, it shall be considered a requirement of the Supreme Court to ensure that such laws and regulations are properly read down and rendered ineffective in their enforcement. The location of the Supreme Court. The one haven Supreme Court shall normally reside in one haven. Where's one haven? However, the court shall be permitted to be conveyed upon the whole earth. Damn, the whole earth, really. And see with living flesh and blood justices. Damn. Presiding over judgments and rulings on only two types of occasions: from the day of divine agreement, being established 8Y3208, which is some kind of code, guys. I don't know what it is. A1 semicolon S1 semicolon M27 semicolon D1, also known as Monday.
Sis, hold on. Oh, those are bloodlines. Yup, those are bloodlines. EB is a bloodline.
And
A1 is a bloodline. Yup, M is a bloodline. Y is a bloodline. All of those are bloodlines.
Oh, right.
Yup, because it's 23 ME. Yes. So the E, you already know, EB1, E1, all that is African. That's foreign. Then
so these are all the Moors, and it just said, did we read it? Or maybe I didn't get to it yet. Did we read it where it said, bro, that the Islam, it mentioned Islam something and something else with the Pope and all of them? Did I read that?
Yes, that's them.
So that's talking about it. It's so crazy. This picture, I wish I could have got the name of this picture. This lady showed on some Red Squid. Some picture, and it shows everything, bro. And when she was reading this, she went and pulled this up, and I'm like, they not seeing the law and all that combined into it. I was trying to show them, but this shit is crazy because, like you said, so the day of divine agreement was composed with them with making all of this, the Garden of Eden, all of this, making its whole story. With, it's so crazy.
That's the new contract. Let's go.
That's the new contract. Damn. On the 21st of December 2009, until the end of the year of redemption, UCA, here we go again, E1, Y2, A1, S1, M30, D1, also known as Saturday, the 21st of December 2013, and at each subsequent great conclave every 128 years for only the period of the great conclave and never before than 40 days. 40 days and 40 nights. The Quran of the Supreme Court. The Quran? Why is the Quran of the Supreme Court?
It says quorum.
Oh, that's the quorum. Thank you, bro. Yeah.
I thought that said Quran.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
quorum.
Excluding the foundation period, the quorum of the Supreme Court, excuse me, guys. Excluding the foundation period of the court in relation to all matters of original jurisdiction, the minimum number of justices required to preside shall be 6, excepting in matters of convention. I'm sorry, of covenantal. What is that? Covenantal? Is that right? Matters of covenantal. I've never seen that word before. Manners of covenantal and national law. Hold on, we're gonna have to check that out, bro, because I don't even know what that is. What is covenantal law? What is covenantal law? Wow, it goes into, it says spiritual mantles. Hannah's covered. The mantle in the blanket of the person has so, hold on, let me see what this saying. I gotta open it. What does mantle symbolize in the spirit? Because this is what came up when I put in what is the covenantal.
You know how at church they have the podium right with the preacher on it, and it always has a dressing across the top hanging down the front.
Okay.
Yes.
Right, a mantle. Okay. Just like a fireplace. Mantle.
Yes. They dress it for their purpose. Go ahead.
That's okay. That's what, thank you, brother. I was trying to say, what are they talking about? So they're talking about the dressing it for their purpose, the warming up of it, basically, the covering it. Okay. Covenantal. Let me take another drink.
Hold on, I can see that word now. It's conventional.
Hold on. It's because I got to highlight. No, it's not. Look, bro. It's covenantal. COV, like it's got to be
that's covenantal. Yeah, that's covenantal. Yeah, covenantal. I see it now. Covenantal. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing we just described. That because just think about it, even the preachers, they have this robe that they wear to match that same mantle.
Yes.
Right.
That's exactly what this what I was just finna read, but I ain't gonna finish reading because we described it. That's what it was saying too. It was talking about the robe, all of that. Okay. So the covering and the national law, where all 12 justices shall be required to proceed. During the foundation period of the court, the quorum on matters of original jurisdiction shall be permitted to be 3 judges. In relation to all matters of appellate jurisdiction, the minimum number of justices required to preside shall be 3, except in any case involving the appeal or the review of a previous Supreme Court ruling, where all 12 justices shall be required to preside. The foundation period of the Supreme Court, we ain't gonna read all that, but we know that.
Yeah, they just that's a rewrite again. See, what they're gonna do is start rewriting a lot of the stuff to make it seem like a long stuff, because they started realizing the longer they make the contracts, the less we will read all of it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And this thing, man, this thing has so much info. It's crazy. Okay, this is missionary work, guys. Check this out.
Hey, hold on, sis. Before you read that.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to say, after you read this is when I'm gonna put that charm on your necklace, because this right here is finna explain everything I'm finna say. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Look, I need a break. Missionary work. It is only in the pursuit of great wisdom and knowledge can we truly appreciate the world and wonder of the works of the Almighty. Without education, we are blind to the color and textures of life. We are ignorant to the mysteries of seasons in life and the afterlife. We fail to see his great plan. That first comes the darkness, and now the light. They love to say that too. Talk about that all the time. It shall be tasked by this covenant. There it goes. By this covenant to the great order of wisdom, that all the faithful shall be educated in the great wisdom. Check this out. I'm gonna read that part again. Educated, indoctrinated. It shall be tasked. Okay. It shall be tasked by the covenant of the great order of wisdom, that all the faithful shall be educated in the great wisdom of the species and the one true faith. Indoctrinated, religion, education, all of that. That they shall learn about other cultures and other belief systems, that they shall learn the importance of values and the special role the Creator has for them all. Now, mind you,
in school, you know, that's mostly what you learn. Oh, this culture, this, what happened with history here, that. Why they got, what they got to do with me? Why? You're only supposed to be worried about what has to do with you. What is in your area? This ether here is the only thing I need to protect, love, nurture, care for, think about, even have in my mind space until I go somewhere else. Then I can worry about that, right? That's just my mind. To this end, members of the Great Order of Wisdom are charged with the task of seeking out new places to spread the truth of the one. That's what they did. And what they did when they went to Nebraska and those places we read about. They turned them on to that religion. They indoctrinated them. They spread that great wisdom to them. And then what? Cut their damn head off and kept their shit. That's what they did. They are charged with the talent. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was going to say, if you didn't say you believed in Jesus, they gonna kill you.
That's right. They are charged with a challenge to seek to convert those of the old ways. But ain't the old is the best? Ain't what's old and original the best damn thing? But tell me about them changing and converting they shit. You hear this shit, bro? They are charged with a challenge. Ain't nobody asked y'all to do it. You know it's gonna be a challenge trying to convert something so powerful and strong, but they still have to do all they could to get that blood. Go just chopping heads off and doing all this stuff, killing, just getting rid of our people, just putting all the blood into the land, trying to create more gold and all that stuff. But that's a whole nother story. The misguided ways to the new idea of the united faith. They are the ambassadors of the new covenant in the lands of danger. They are the saints of mission. Educate. Ooh, you want to go down or after?
Motherfuckers. And you know what? They damn near told what I was going to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. Now, this goes deep, y'all. Now, y'all ready to go down this motherfucking tree trunk? Because we don't do rabbit holes around here. We go into the tree roots. We go upside down. Now, we going in these tree roots. Now, right there on that last sentence where she just said, right?
I'm sorry, Bill.
They are the saints of missions, right? Who are the original saints? The American copper-colored people, right? They stole that title, saints. Now, this is where the contract comes into it, where they made a new covenant. They created the Lord Jesus Christ as a contract being, and then they brought that contract over here as a covenant, and they stuck with that. So the Lord Jesus Christ is their new land lord to try to take control of America. So if people slow down and listen to what they say when they say Lord Jesus Christ, those are three different things. Lord is the landlord. Jesus is the belief. And the Christ is the energy that they're trying to drain and usurp from us by making us follow their programs. So the New Testament is this what she's reading right here. That's the whole New Testament. She's reading the truth about what they used to create a Bible. Right now, what she's reading, she's breaking down the fake ass laws that they brought that Bible bullshit over here, the New Testament, and then they brought the Lord Jesus Christ over here with they bullshit, and that's where they're trying to control the land off of this Lord Jesus Christ shit.
Craziness of it all. It be feeling so good when we expose. We already know this. All of y'all in the chat too. We all know this. But when we see it and we can see how, I like the, how can we say the peeling, like we take a banana, you peel it down, you get to the good part, you know, you can eat that rind too. It's really good for you guys. If you peel off your banana, rinse it off real good, put it in a pot of water, boil it and drink that. That is an awesome tea for health benefits. Off subject, I'm sorry. But yeah, when you peeling something down, pulling down the layers, it really makes it more prevalent. Y'all know I like to break those portals because those walls be there. Sometimes it's a little thin membrane. You can see through it a little bit, but you don't quite get it now.
Hold on. We got this weird nigga Free Paw in the back, upset about something. You don't know what a testament is. He mad. You don't know what a testament is. See, obviously, you pretend to know law and you don't know what a testament is. So a testament is a testimony, you dumbass nigga. And they say those testimonies under oath in fake courts, you dumbass nigga. So when it comes to a New Testament, that's a new covenant, you slow ass nigga. So go ahead, sis.
He said, ain't nobody creating no. Oh my God. Hold on, bro. I got to get this picture. Go to talk for a minute, bro. I got to show him this one picture. I just got to.
See, and look, he talking about a lying ass nigga. Yo, punk ass never on the panel trying to teach shit, always cheerleading from the background. Stay lame, nigga, and stop pretending like you have information. Because you don't know what a testament is. Stop it.
That's crazy. Why argue about it? It's like if you don't get it, it's okay. If just listen, pay attention. I mean, brother, we literally, like I said, peeling the layers and breaking everything down. How can you not like understand or get it? Or I'm just I gotta show him this one picture.
Sis, hold on. Just to make it even more clear, right? What was the name of that motherfucking ship they claimed the slaves came on? Wasn't the name of that ship called Jesus?
Jesus. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It sure
Right.
was.
Okay, so what he's talking about, he's never did research or investigation. He's talking about, I'm mad. Nigga, I'm always happy. Sucker. See, I research and use this common sense, which is called
that's passion, emotion.
The mind. Yeah. So it's nothing made up, nigga. It's called due diligence.
Check this out, brother. I just want you to see this for yourself. You see this? You see this, brother? Look, does this look like Jesus on the cross to you, bro? Do it look like Jesus on the cross? I just want to know if it looked like Jesus on the cross to you. It's telling you who it is. Jesus was one of the Romans.
You can say those fake pictures. Oh man, you made those up.
Them that look fake to you. It might be okay. I'll let you have that. Since I didn't paint the picture, but I think I believe that fake picture over anything you talking about. And along with so much other info, we don't even talk about the real truth of stuff. That's just a picture I just threw up there for you because I don't even want to go there because when it comes to it, we know the reality of stuff. Come on, man.
And then you get these people as always in their feelings about information. See, the problem is, let me say this real quick, sis, before you go on. See, information is to be shared, not to be debated or battled. That's where niggas get wrong and they lose themselves because they feel like the information that they can share, that they feel like I'm gonna hold on to this information and I'm gonna battle a nigga with it, but you're not gaining anything by holding on to information you might have. I'm not saying you stupid, free pawpaw. But it's a lot of shit that I know that you have not researched or investigated. So don't ever question what I'm speaking on because I'm sharing information, my nigga. If you want to debate me, set up a time and date, nigga, on your channel, and I will come and slay you and drag you across the mud and let you go. Anytime you want it. I'm tired of playing with niggas. I didn't debate niggas before, but I'm about to start slaying you fools for even coming in chat that you don't belong in. If you don't like the information that's being shared, kick rocks, nigga.
Exactly.
That part.
What is this? He said, yeah, you just mad because you know what, bro? Hold on, let me.
You still a lame twerp that's sitting in the back chat. That's always gonna be in somebody's back chat. You're never going to be invited on the panel to share information because you don't have jewels, my brother. That's the problem. You'll always be a free paw, nigga. I'm born free. I've been free from the beginning. So you trying to free yourself from the problem that you're dealing with mentally. Not nothing to do with us,
brother. Lord, help him, sis, as much as you can. We only gonna deal with his annoyance, but right now we're gonna finish reading this real quick. Some facts.
Here's his word. Eat him some too. He can get some food.
Education. In all communities, it shall be the task of the great order of wisdom to provide such educational services that all children and adults are able to learn the great wisdom of the one true faith. Do you get it? That's just talking about, education. I pledge allegiance. It was we just kind of went over some of that as well. The Pledge of Allegiance that they had you saying this ritual in school. You had to get up, the bell ring. As soon as you hear the bell, bing, ooh, bing. Everybody said, I pledge allegiance. Come on. They had to, everybody in this chat went through that ritual. And we just read that this is the order that they go through to come into the order. So you were pledging all in school, being educated into this, indoctrinated. Brother, what do you got to really be open-minded to truth. This is basically telling you everything. Great order of austerity For many souls, a period of austerity of thought and reflection is needed. To them is granted the great order of austerity. I spoke to you guys and we did a whole entire deal on Nis, sin, devil. I don't remember, dog. I went through quite a few different ones, right? We did the elaborations, the etymology, the explanations. I went into the spiritual connection, showing you guys all that. If you missed that, check it out, because this is what this is talking about. The great spirit is the Nis. Sin. Sin is Nis backwards, spelled backwards. You know, everything is backwards so that you don't really get it. But either way, sin, Nis is an overpowering energy that controls or consumes the body. You know, like when you go to church, they'll say, "Oh, I know Jesus is real because I felt it. I felt it in my body." Yeah, you did. You felt the energy, the Nis, the energy that is conglomerated in that. First off, it's on a ley line. When most churches, they build them on a ley line, a specific ley line for a reason, because there's a certain energy that is in that temple. And then when you come there, they get all these pupils coming in there to listen to this great grand pastor, and you're presuming your energy in the same area that the energy zone is in, right? And you're all sitting up there giving the praises. Oh, Jesus, all this, oh, this, so that. When you're doing that, you are raising the vibration and the frequency and the energy for that particular energy, which is the Nis, which is the overpowering spirit that they're talking about. That one haven, you know. Okay, just make sure you're getting that. Not only shall all members of the great order of austerity be able to control their own rules and codes of practice, but they shall also be able to elect their own leadership and representation, while at the same time being part of the one united one haven. The task of guarding the most sacred objects. I'm gonna go past that. Hold on. Where is? Let's be up first. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna start here though. Local spirituality and a community guidance. By this covenant, the Great Order of Guardians is charged with the task of recruiting and training people of sufficient virtue. Sufficient to what? Sufficient to their needs of what? The one great haven. Sufficient value and character that they can provide spiritual support and guidance as anointed leaders. That all communities of faithful shall have leadership that promotes the improvement of their community, of the compassion to one another, of the respect of life, is a task given from the absolute. That not one of his family be alone, that not one of his family be hungry or cold. That would mean like bringing all the immigrants over here to America, right? They were hungry. They said, we read in the book last week, didn't it tell you that they needed to come over here for preservation of their race? They were literally dying. They said the death of them by their thin, very thin blood and their thin skin, the lightness of their hair, having no substance or substance in their biological geometric frame. So the need to go to the tropics of America and mix with the warm tropical blood of the copper-colored Indian, in their exact words, right? So when speaking on that, this is what they're doing. They're actually conglomerating all of that and bringing it into one strong collective. By this covenant, collective celebration shall be respected and recognized as an intrinsic elements of our character and our personal journey, that we are departed shall not be a restriction for the continued celebration of milestones in our existence. Oh, wow, my ear just unclogged. That just was weird while I was talking. I'm sorry. Celebration of all ages. Not one memory, not one thought, not one cell, not one drop of awareness in the universe is forgotten or is ignored, nor is it the case than any in the universe, especially awareness in static. Awareness in static. That we depart as a child does not mean we remain a childish mind. That we depart as a child does not mean we remain a childish mind as you go into going into adulthood, right? That we depart as an elderly man or woman does not mean we are invalid and old in awareness in one haven. Being as a child or an adult, they have no significance. So they can have a child and use this child. They can actually induct them into their mission, into their plan. And they've done that all over, right? All over America. Just, the indoctrination of children through the educational system. I mean, that's kind of the same thing. Unbeknownst to us, just like the transference of
the soul of one being, well, one living being, and putting them into the straw man aspect. When going into the straw man aspect, the soul is captured on paper with the footprints, the sole of the baby's feet, and ink captured, right? So that a spell binding technique and ritual can be placed over that certificate because it is now what? In the trust of the queen, per se, right? But when you come out of your childish mind and you come into adulthood, this will be the time for you to now assume yourself as an adult. We don't act as a child when we go into an adulthood. We are now responsible for ourselves. We have the responsibility and the sole ownership of our soul and having all the rulership over it, right? So you then make sure that you have the awareness of that. But with this, through One Haven, you're never coming into this awareness because there's something constructed to keep you under that pull. So you have to kind of find a way to pull yourself out of that so you are not under this divine static, this divine awareness, this divine Christianhood, this Christ mind, which is all affected by the waters, the crystals in your mind being affected and not having the proper density, so that now you are pulling in all this information that is privy to these people want to control everything. And they're telling you shit. They're saying it. I mean, if y'all ain't paying attention, they're telling you everything.
He said, the dude Free Paul said, where is she reading the New Testament at? Everything she read from the article's beginning is describing the actions of them using the New Testament to come and try to pretend to conquer our people. So in that position, where she's reading, she's breaking down how the New Testament is a pretty much like a comic book, but she's reading the fake laws that they put behind that whole movement coming to America. So the missionaries and all of that, you're always going to find writings and readings about them in the late 1800s and 1900s. Missionary work, this and that. This is what she's breaking down. So when I was saying that she's decoding the New Testament, Free Paul, I was saying that when they came over here with the mind state of pretending that they're going to be empowered, the whole thing they brought was a religious text, was a contract. And that's where they're using this Virgin Mary, which is supposed to be Jesus' mother, all of that. They're using that in a non-fiction law. That's what they're doing.
That's right. What's up, Georgia? That's right. Y'all gotta, man, come on, man. This get too real for y'all to be falling short, bro. You be around. I done seen you in everybody chat since I've been on YouTube. Like, you should be like further, much further.
You should be able to teach somebody something. Like, hold on, let me say something, sis. See, this is the problem with these clowns. They come around and try to decode me. Y'all can't decode the nigga that's a master at what I do, bro. So I'm a master at carpentry. I'm a master at production. I'm a master at songwriting. I master the things that I do, my dude. So you sitting around trying to worry about what I'm saying when I've been teaching people for over 15, 20 years, putting them to work and starting their own businesses. So for you to try to decode me, you're wasting your time, because I'm putting people in positions of being their own business owner and God, my nigga. I'm not teaching people to get a fucking job, my nigga. I'm teaching people how to fucking become their own boss. So you should be focused on what you can be teaching people in your community instead of worried about trying to teach somebody online alone.
It's simply
and look, sis, am I lying? I turned on cameras when we was in builds when I was building a whole church.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So, and I turned on videos. You go back and check Sister Soul videos, even goddamn Chief Holiday Day videos. You'll see me doing carpentry, bro. I'm a master carpenter in real life, not just with wood. I'm a master carpenter with people. I done put over 8 marriages together, my dude. So you questioning God for real. Your arm's too short. You can't box with God, my nigga. Stand in your place.
Come on, you're not gonna get the last word with the Virgo, Free Papa. Just stop. I don't want to have to block you just because you're being distracted. Stop. Come on, I don't need that. I don't do that over here. If you got to do that or you want to do all of that, just
That's that attention shit. Like, he want attention, So I'm blasting him because he want attention. Free Paul, you're a piece of shit, nothing nigga that ain't teaching nobody shit, running around from different chats trying to speak on some shit, and you ain't got balls enough to go in the panel and hold the whole fucking damn build by yourself. I've done it on other people's channels. Niggas talking about me not having a panel. I'm not a person to have a panel. I'm not computer literate. But at the same time, this knowledge doesn't require for you to be an internet savvy motherfucker. So you keep questioning shit. Go and research it, nigga. Stop being a teenage grown ass man and go and handle your business, boy. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even, this nigga talking about, are you mad? I can't get mad at you, nigga. I wouldn't waste a breath on you in person. And matter of fact, in person, you wouldn't even be responding to me type shit like that, my nigga. Because I'll put my foot all in your mouth, nigga. Fuck your ass. I'll make you eat my ankle, nigga. So that's the real talk. So stop playing and get this work, boy. Stop jumping chat.
I don't get it. It's sad. People been around so long, like it's like just be open and learn. If you don't agree with something, fine. Be like, oh well, let me check it out. This person's saying this. But I mean, it's right in your face. I'm showing you like pure proof. We went over plenty Bible disseminations and past bills, brother. And I've seen you in the chat where, I mean, you should be like free of that thought in your mind. But hey, if this ain't freeing you, I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
Hey, no, on top of that, see, this is how lost he is. See, he don't even know where he is because he keep talking about where in the New Testament they mention the Great Spirit, right? First of all, the word Great Spirit come from American Indians, you dumbass nigga. So because you didn't know that the American Indians looked at the Most High as the Great Spirit, my nigga, you're confused. You don't have enough knowledge to be questioning motherfuckers that did this research 20 years ago, my dude. So you keep questioning shit and you never answer what the testament is, didn't know what it was, but yet she's reading articles which they pretended to put in law, and you're still questioning where does it prove it. You gotta be the slowest nigga in the chat right now.
Appreciate you, bro. Let's get it, bro. Let's get to more proof. It maybe it'll knock down another wall for him that hasn't been broken yet. We could probably get to it, okay? Because I don't know what's going on with him and where he even came from with all this. Just, even if you don't agree with that, the statement that it's the New Testament, okay, fine. Let's just keep reading. Why do you care? Like, what's the big deal, bro? Just chill out. You don't have any.
Nigga.
You know, we up here trying to make sure people are aware of certain stuff. You don't like it, then just don't be here.
He's an agent. See, this is what Indian agents do. Indian agents, they sit around to try to throw monkey wrenches in your information, and all you doing is sharing information, sis. You never said that this shit is actual fact. This is what I believe. This is what I'm gonna stand on. You just reading some shit you found doing research, which a lot of people like that guy don't do and other little guys don't do, but they come back into the chat and then they try to stir up your chat room by throwing a monkey in the wrench, monkey wrench out there trying to make you sound like you don't know what you're talking about, or whoever's on your panel don't know what they're talking about. But yet these same fuckery little niggas running around here don't do shit, got a job, working every day, hate to see the white man they go and check in with, but then they sit and try to debunk what you're doing, instead of getting their life in order and becoming a boss or a business owner of their own shit. Pretty sure he's probably staying with somebody, paying rent to somebody and don't own shit. See, this is the problem that we having with these fucking foreign ass niggas of color that pretending to be a part of our motherfucking situation. Nigga, you're not American Indian if you don't know what the fuck the word Great Spirit comes from. That ticked me off. You stupid, dude.
Information, stop blaming Jesus. The one you don't know, you know what, dude. Now that's funny.
You gotta laugh at ignorance sometimes, sis, because it's hilarious how niggas don't research. They watch YouTube videos and then they listen to other niggas on YouTube and then try to use that against you. Boy, you gonna go and sit your ass down and face the corner.
Lord, I can't believe you said that. That was funny for you, Papa. Okay, you got one. Can we move on, bro? Can we move on?
Right now, he playing the what they call that, the person that's against good. He's playing the advocate right now, or more like he might just be bloodline advocate. He might not be American Indian.
That's what Davey just said.
Yeah, niggas that be arguing about this shit, they not fucking for us. They not American Indians. They ain't trying to get shit back. This nigga worried about Jesus and the conversation about a testament, which is valid, nigga. And when you read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, I guarantee you never read it. But all of the books say the same shit, but wrong. And they all twisted. So when you learn to fucking read, my nigga, then you can research, then you can investigate your research, and then you can find answers and stop fucking listening to YouTubers, nigga.
Right.
Shit, I'm investigating, studying, bringing up stuff. Shit, find something, read this, think it's important. Say, let me show this, because then it's more proof on what you need to know. Because that's all it's about, brother. I mean, literally everything.
And he said, "I don't know Jesus." Though
I don't.
You don't know Jesus. He said, "I don't know Jesus."
Right. That's what
you don't know Jesus, nigga.
I'm like,
you don't know Jesus, nigga.
That's so funny. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. But yeah, it's funny.
Oh my God, man.
Let's get back to this, bro, because that's enough distraction from him.
Yeah,
listen
go
to
ahead,
this part.
because we getting this work while that nigga trying to text. Like he Twitter fingering shit. He fondling.
It says that a baby is never born. Check this out. That a baby is never born does not mean its journey of awareness ends at that point. If it and those spirits that have chosen to guard and nurture that awareness deem it not to be so. What do you interpret that to mean, brother? Can you elaborate on that, please? Because I'd love to myself.
I kind of caught the last part of it because I was trying to light up this blunt.
No problem. Let me say. Okay, so I'm gonna just read it here real quick.
Read that, yeah.
It says that a baby is never born does not mean that its journey of awareness ends at that point. So because the awareness of the baby doesn't end at the point of it being born, it says if it and those spirits that have chosen to guard and nurture over that particular baby, right? The spirit that's guarding to nurture over it, the awareness does not end at the point of the baby being born, right? That awareness deemed it not to be so. So it's to me, it sounds. That's why I'm asking you, because to me it sounds like it's saying. So with that spirit being on the nature of that baby, right? They're saying to try and keep it attached, like from the baby, like how I always talk about. They start with the putting the red things through this belly. Then they start cutting the cord off so the baby not getting the cells and the information. Then they start.
Stop right there. Stop right there. Sis, stop right there.
Go ahead.
I was waiting for you to get right there. Now, the umbilical cord. Why don't the parents ask for that back after the kid's born? Because that umbilical cord is still alive. So what people don't realize, time don't exist. So what they're saying is the baby coming out of the womb ain't the beginning of its creation or the beginning of its time. Which right. When we go into passing on to the next level, they say dying, I'm never going to die. I'm going to pass on. So when I pass on to the next realm and next level, that's just like coming out of the womb. Inside of the womb is one realm. This reality we're in right now is a realm. It's another realm. Is more realms coming. So, people that's not in tune with themselves, tapped into their soul, getting answers from their own blood, then they're not going to be prepared for shit. A lot of them going to die. It's deep. It's deep. So ignorance will kill people. Not knowing will kill the shit out of you. Pretending that you have gained the knowledge to know, you're dead already. It's that simple. That's why motherfuckers that's the citizens, they're dead in law. Free Paul is citizen, so he's dead in law. Don't know what the fuck going on. Trying to figure it out. So he talking to me, talking about, I'm guessing this shit.
That's why this doesn't make sense though, bro. That's why. And see, you know what? People don't know that, like somebody like himself, right? They might be sitting here like, I don't know what they're talking about, but they trying to get it or understand. He comes in and he distracts it. So another person might miss out because this is where he needs to be paying attention and not talking and opposing. If you pay attention, brother, this is where you may learn something and grow out of what you're saying because you're on the opposite side of that. You don't understand this, where this is coming from, because there's certain things that you might not understand about life, about certain spiritual information. Not to say that you're not spiritually inclined, but there's some things you may not know. There's things you may not know about law, particularly, especially and importantly, in all of this we're talking now pertaining to law, sir. So if you don't know certain things, you're not going to understand. You're not going to understand that the Bible pertains to law. It also pertains to
law. Yep.
Listen, so brother, if you don't get any of this stuff, you're not going to coincide. So this is why you're always opposed to something, because you're thinking you're on that opposite side and opposed to the information you don't understand. Your core doesn't resonate with. But you have to sit and listen, brother. You're here for a reason. You came to my chat. I be seeing you in my chat. So you came for a reason. There's something for you to listen to and absorb and hear today that can possibly make a difference in your way of thinking. Not that your way of thinking is wrong per se, but it's just different or something you're not aware of. So you don't have to oppose something. You can just be open to learning. You can be open to pulling in something so that you can get a different outlook. So now once you pulled that in, now that you pulled it in, you can now take that information with what you have and you can push it out. Therefore, you're having a different outlook. Your journey is different. You can improve yourself.
Right. You know what, sis? I'm gonna say this too, to not make nobody feel bad. And you know what, free papa, I ain't gonna even slander you like that, my dude. Because you do be around and you do come around for a reason. So obviously you're in the back chats to learn some shit, but you got opinions and you got your own way of seeing things. That's cool. But I'm gonna tell you like this, my dude. There's not such thing as a dumb question. There's no such thing as a dumb question. So I ask questions. That's a quest in. That's a quest into information. So when you're questioning things, you're questing into information. It's very cool because guess what? There's no such thing as a dumb question. Go ahead, sis.
Yes, brother. You said you didn't want to distract anyone. You just wanted to show the facts, but that's not correct, brother. You may not have one. That might be correct that you didn't want to distract anyone, but you said, and you may have wanted to just show your facts. That may possibly be true. So from your aspect, you're offended, and if so, I'm sure bro don't mean it like that. But the whole thing is that you're saying that the facts, they're not facts, but they are facts, brother. Based off of the knowledge that we have, this is why we're up here on this panel talking about this. This is why when I started talking about this, because Zoe is aware of this information, he's like, oh shit, that's why I put the chat out, the link out there. Somebody aware of this, they're gonna jump up here and they can add on. So he's aware of it, so he's like, oh snap, and he jumped up here. So now we're able to elaborate and put that information out, brother. You just got to think, you can't be, doing all that. Bro, can you give me 2 seconds real quick? I gotta do something real quick with my grandbaby.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and speak this then. See, one thing we gotta recognize is when this Jesus talk come up, right? First of all, we gotta recognize that the word Jesus is a fictitious, a non-fiction ass character, cartoonerized and shit. Second of all, when you're looking at what they try to make Jesus be, the King of Kings, Lords of Lords, that right there is law term. And so when they're using this King of Kings, Lord of Lords, they're automatically trying to supersede your creator. They're trying to erase your creator. That's why they brought the word God with Jesus over here, because they wanted Jesus to be your God. But you are the God that they all worshiped. So believe it or not, the Jesus point of what she's breaking down is the contract and the testimony of what they brought here to fuck us up with this goddamn fake ass land grabs, the allotments and all of that stuff. That man, you wouldn't believe if everybody in the chat, when y'all get a chance, look up how many offices of allotment offices came out from 1880 to 1920. You'll be flabbergasted. So for thousands and thousands of land allotment companies started by these palefaces because they came with that Jesus Christ bullshit plan. So by the end of the day, the people that don't understand that New Testament is a whole new way of them moving in and conquering our territory, people need to investigate it. Me, I sat around churches my whole life and got out of them by the teenage states because I was already digging in and reading. I'm 40-something years old. I've been reading on this shit for over 30-something years. So when a nigga challenge what I got to say, I chuckle at him because you ain't got enough motherfucking years in your motherfucking studies to be sitting up there trying to debate what I'm talking about until you just go and investigate it. Then you'll find the same answer and be like, but damn, that nigga was on some shit. I'm always on some different shit. I don't give a fuck about a nigga believing me or don't believe me. I'm not here to make a person believe me. I'm here to share information. That's what the point of sharing information is. You're not there to satisfy people. You're there to get the information out and keep it moving. Because ain't none of these people in the back chat gonna ever stop my motherfucking success in life. Or my goal is to becoming a multimillionaire by December, which is already on its way. So once again, when I get that capital, guess what's going to happen? People that's not in tune with themselves, know their nation, know their motherfucking ethnicity and shit, they're not going to be invited on trips like the Cali Queen Khalifa Castle and all that shit with me. I don't want fraud people. I don't want questionnaires around me at all because they're losers. That's how I look at people. People that question stuff they never heard and sit there and try to debate it and battle. That's a loser because you can't debate and battle something you never heard. That's the point of what I speak on. So that's why I share information, because when people share information with me, I'm not going to sit there and try to contradict what they're saying. I'm going to listen to them because I always listen to new information, period. So that's all I'm on right now. And you weirdos in the back that want to, oh, man, you don't know me. Me being mad, you're a clown for something. You know what I'm saying? Not at all. Because I've lived great and I got a great life. I'm very successful. I run a business of my own. I got employees. I'm training people. I'm going to start a Project Tomahawk, was a trading skill center a school. But y'all niggas sitting there trying to debate me and debunk me. Go for it. I'm still doing it for my people, no matter what you're trying to prove me right or wrong about. By the end of the day. So that's the problem with these weirdos of color. You get them come in and, they don't respect the information. They want to challenge the information because they don't get pussy at night. They want to left them for their homeboy or something, This is the problem we run into. But guess what? It's okay. Life goes on. You got to keep moving. If that woman going to be there or not, you got to still keep moving. So it's just crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? And the people that do that old weird shit, jumping out the motherfucking window to want to try to challenge somebody that they don't know. That's like when they was talking about getting Boosie to do a versus battle against a nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't put Boosie flat out said, I can't do no verses with y'all because everything that I talk and write, I live. It's reality. There's no verses to what I live and do. So niggas trying to challenge what I live and do, go for it. You're not going to change no direction of it. It's still going to make me 35 plus an hour. I only work 30 hours a week and make over $700 every week. So niggas like you need to catch up with the real program and stop trying to fucking stop niggas like me and like Sister Soul and people that do have panels trying to put people in good position. What up, MAGA? My brother, you know what I'm saying? One of the four feathers is in the back and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, MAGA is familiar with your weird ass too, but, there's no reason to sit here and waste time just sitting there focusing on somebody that ain't doing nothing. It's a waste of breath. Back, sis?
Yes, babe, I'm back. Let's get to it. Try to catch up with the chat real quick. Was only a few things. He said he was doing this for the back chat. Good, bro. I'm glad. Keep doing this. You always welcome to, bro. No offense, I'm just saying, be a little open sometimes before saying something offensively to the person that's just trying to show something. I mean, I didn't write the information, but the information damn sure coincide with every damn thing that be going on. That's what be happening. I mean, and it's crazy. I haven't even looked into this information in like a long time. I have to dig deep into my email.
Hey, sis, you know what, though? One of the four feathers is in the back, right? And one of the four feathers that's in the back, yeah, he's in the back right now. He's in the chat. MAGA. That's my little brother, right? But he'll tell you off rip. When the shit that I was kicking when I first spilled it to him, he didn't really catch it. But now he just told niggas, I don't have driver's license. I don't pay taxes. I'm a national. My nigga, ask him, Free Paw Paw, who gave him that. See, this is the problem with you. You can't change nobody's body direction of their freedom. I talk about it all the time. I give niggas the jewels, the way the goddamn execute their birth certificates, get their status corrected, all of that. What can you do, Pawpaw? If you can't do nothing, if you can't respond with an answer of what you doing for your people in the back chat, then somebody erase that nigga out of the back chat. He's a waste of our fucking time. That's what I be on now. It's time to start deleting y'all niggas, blocking y'all niggas, get y'all the fuck out of there because y'all ain't about shit but just profit.
You ready, bro?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, here. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, brother, this is just to verify, brother, this is what we're reading right now. This is the Pactum de Singularis Calum. It's a covenant of the One Haven, and the One Haven basically is, the Boule, the Cabal, the whoever, the Jesuits, all of these leaders per se that have tried to come opposed against us and try to rule everything in their guidelines. And this is, I'm reading this particularly because it kind of goes into how they have constructed everything. And literally we're going on that, you know, we were just I got distracted, y'all. But yeah, we are showing the timelines and how it coincides. When we read books, the stories I'm talking, and when I'm talking, anybody that's new, you may not even know what I'm talking about. Shit, I'm sorry, but anybody that's in my chat more than likely been around and they've seen everything that's been like dissemination, breakdown. I'm new to the community. I've only been around for like a year, so everybody's been already into certain information before I started getting into this information. But a lot of this information I knew, but I didn't know the potency of it. I'll say that.
The extent.
I didn't know. Yes, I didn't know the extent. I didn't know the depth of it. I didn't know how there are so many different parts that are played from one singular event, thing, or purpose, and it could be affected with 3 or 4 different things. You feel me? So that's kind of what's been going on with me. So I can think of something or hear somebody talk about something. I'm like, oh snap, this reminds me of blah blah blah. Something may have been 10 years ago. And then I'll go back and research or look at that information again. And then it'll come back to me like, oh yeah, this got to do with boom, boom, boom. Because I've learned like a lot of stuff. I can't even think and remember everything that I know. Like seriously, that's a real fact. I got notebooks and books of stuff. I might go back and open a notebook and read something like, oh shit, I forgot about that. I'm literally like for real. So I mean, it's like information is not easy to for some people to contain, like myself, so I have issues with containing information sometimes, or a memory.
Hold on. We will give Dumb Pawpaw some more attention real quick. This nigga said, prove that Jesus didn't exist.
We didn't say he didn't exist, brother, but Jesus is not Christ, brother. This is the problem. Let me try to break it down.
Hey, drop the link. Let him come up. Drop the link, sis. Let him come up.
Oh,
I guess he can come up.
Bro, when you
ain't got no information.
You know you're welcome. This is gonna be respectful. You know, bro, respectful.
Yeah, winkle, yell at your dad, man.
So yeah, come on, bro. Cause this, yeah. Let me drop this real quick. If you're coming up, I want to say this, bro. The problem is there's Jesus and then there's Christ, right? So there's a couple of different aspects, and when you kind of talk about a physical thing, aspects of that. So we're talking about the mental Christ, which is the Christos, which is the oil, which is the secretion, which is the aura, which is you, which is your enlightenment, which is everything that awakens in your penile, the binary coding, your mother cells that are awakened from your ancestors, so on and so forth.
Hey, sis, tell them where the Christ is at, though.
Huh?
Tell them where that Christ secretion oil is at.
The oil is at the pit or the base of your spine, and then it rises up through the chakras. This is why you know about the chakras, brother. So now then when you rise
call it the Kundalini, don't they? Don't they call it the Kundalini?
Yeah, they call it the Kundalini energy. That's the raising up of the energy, brother. So that's what the Christ is, brother. But then you have the Christ that is also a nis, which is the sin, that energy I was just talking about. It literally is the energy. And this is the energy that manipulates people when they're in these churches, and they all praising with this energy toward this Christ, Jesus, or whatever. And then they have all this. This is overcome. This is living. It's a creative energy, and this is one of the spirits they're talking about. The spirit is the energy, believe it or not. This is why I'm reading all this too, because it all pertains, brother. So when you're thinking about that, you have the Jesus. There have been many Jesuses, like quite a few. So this is where the confusion comes in. They've taken like stuff and made it into this person or this being or this Messiah, as they say, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it's a total confusion, bro. You gotta get your mind unwrapped around that. For real.
Let me explain to them what the Messiah is, since he thinks Jesus existed, right? He don't even know the Messiah is a Messiah. It's a Satan deity. So when you saying the word Messiah, that's foreign anyway, because we have Mashiachs over here in America, homeboy. So when you're talking about Jesus existed, you're admitting you're foreign because you believe in Jesus. So there was no Messiahs in America. Damn, you keep lying. You keep telling on yourself. He's talking about he's scared he could come up here because he don't want to debate no lying ass niggas. You just said to prove Jesus didn't exist. I just did. There was no Messiahs in America. So you proved yourself wrong that quick. It's called a Mashiach, my nigga. Ooh, and they're known as the presters or the Ma'urs, the M-U apostrophe U-R. They're the high priest. Ooh, ooh. You didn't know that, did you?
I got some Japanese swords, bro. I sure do. I got some Chinese swords. I got some ancient bow and arrow and swords. Yeah. True facts. I'm gonna show them. I'm gonna show them on my live. I gets down.
And you know what?
And I'm an alchemist, so keep that in mind with them bow and arrows. Play with me.
Hey sis, watch this though. I'm finna go downstairs, turn my camera on. I'm finna show y'all what I do for a living since he's in the back talking. And most of the people seen my carpentry work. So let me go ahead and turn this camera on. I'm finna show y'all these bamboo floors I put in my motherfucking front room for my wifey. I'm gonna show y'all this trim that I created a dye for. I created my own dye to dye my wood. So guys like him don't do anything. I'm finna show y'all my artistic ability. Let's go. Yeah, going down the stairs now. Y'all gotta ignore wifing them because you know they are in the front room watching TV. But here we go, right here. Okay, so here's blue wood floors I put down. Ooh, trim everything. Oh, here's some of the dye I created right here. Blue dye. Okay, so let's go over here. Yep, that's more of the wood and blue dye that I created right there. Blue wood floors. These floors I put in myself. Going into my front room, wifey right there. But here's the bamboo floors I put in myself. Right? Wifey helped me too. She a beast. She learned some shit. So now we go into the custom trim. This is dye I created to dye my trim. It's a blue dye called Nautica Blue. So when y'all looking at this room, this is all my painting, all my trim, all the work that me and wifey had did.
Bro, didn't you make that? Didn't you make that name up for that color blue, the Nautica, or did you come up with that?
Yeah, I actually named it after baby girl. You know, Nautica Blue. And so the blue on the wall is the same color, and it's under Sherman Williams, called Nautica Blue. The green I created under my stepson name called Amari Olive. So I even created two colors with Sherman Williams.
So if you like it, you can order it, huh?
Yes, you can order the colors I created. Bro. So once again, what you doing?
You don't know how that Virgo get out.
So what you doing, Papa? You can't show nothing, nigga. Stop talking to me. Go ahead, sis.
Okay. It says, check this out, guys. It says, this is the mystery of the afterlife in that it parallels life. The mystery of the afterlife, when they tell you about this afterlife. Y'all want to hear it? The afterlife. How can there be anything after life? Life is life, right? Anything that is living is life. It cannot die if it's a life, and you are a living being.
It's alive, yeah.
That a sentient. Wait, am I saying it wrong? A sentient being. Excuse me, guys. So you are a light energy. You are a magnitude of life in general. When you're here, before you even came through here, you was already living in a life. So check this out. It says this is a mystery. It's a mystery of the afterlife in that it parallels life. Now, remember, I was just explaining to you about the Nis spirit. Look up the Nis spirit. I don't tell you guys this stuff for no reason, just to be saying, oh, let me just say this to make it sound like it means some shit. It means some shit. Okay, look up Nis. What is N-I-S? Put in capital N-I-S. Let me do it for y'all real quick for anybody that ain't paying attention or anybody that ain't.
I don't know, sis.
What is Nis? It put Miss. What is capital N-I-S? It put capital just like I said. You dummy. Hold on, let me see. I want to read. I want y'all to hear the exact information on it.
Yeah, have Google say it. Nist. Nist is a.
It's my list. What is Nis? He's still putting every damn thing on medicine. Let me see.
Man, let me tell you something, sis. Man, I had fucking goddamn. I caught pneumonia the day before yesterday. I killed that shit in one day.
What you use, bro? I like
Man, listen, what I did was I killed it by sweating it completely out. I took a real long hot bath and stayed in the bath with the water up to my neck, covering my chest. I smoked a fat ass blunt with the windows and no fan on nothing. Let all that steam stay in the bathtub. And I smoked the blunt. Then I got out, went in the bedroom, made sure no fans on. I stayed in the supreme hot area. I was sweating in the bed, but I stayed hot. Came in here smoking another blunt in the heat. And then I stayed fucking goddamn staying hot, stayed sweating and smoking a blunt. In the THC in the weed broke that shit up. I spit that shit out, green everything. That shit's gone.
Period. Get it out.
Yep.
Another good thing, you guys, if you had that issue, that definitely worked. Or I'm not a drinker, right? But I remember one time I started getting some little congestion or something like I probably should do it now, but I just don't want to drink nothing. But I was drinking the some type of liquor. I can't even lie and say what it was, but some type of liquor. I made it with my tea and lemon and honey. I wrapped up real good. I got under the blankets and did the same thing bro did. I just sweated it out. The next morning, the shit was gone.
That's kind of like a hot toddy. You heard of the hot toddies, right?
That's what it was. My friend told me how to make it. She was like,
hot toddies, man. This thing is badass, yo.
Yep. She said, put some liquor in your tea, sis. Because I was like, oh, I'm finna make me a tea. She said, yeah, make a hot toddy. I said, what's a hot toddy? She said, put some. I don't remember what it was. Something she told me to get. She said, get such and such. And she said, put you
honey, cinnamon, lemon. Yep, honey, cinnamon, and lemon with liquor, hot liquor. You'll be right. Yep.
Pour it up. Had me definitely. All right,
yeah, just so happened I couldn't get no liquor yesterday because my girl, she drinks clear vodka and she was already buzzing. By the time I was already going through it heavy. So I didn't want to risk, you know what I'm saying, damn near getting too fatigued driving to the store. So I just fought it in the crib and I defeated that shit. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of that congestion came up all last night. I'm talking about like it was coming up so much I had to put a trash can next to my bed.
Period.
You know, not to gross nobody out, but this is just what has to happen. You got to get it out your chest. That liquid in your chest will kill you.
NIST. It won't read it, guys, so I'm going to just read it for you. Network and Information System. Put in what is NIST, or what NIST means, actually, so you can get the descriptive of it. Okay? So what NIST means, it is Network and Information System. And the reason I derive from this, when you look at it backwards, obviously it's sin, right? We were reading a live that we went over NIST, we went over DIF. I actually did a build on different strokes, showing how they use the those, what do you call it, the sitcoms, sitcomly, how they use the sitcoms back in that time.
Calm your ass down.
Listen, so with that, when it comes to that, the diff from that show, when I got to go back to that just so y'all can see what I'm saying. The diff, different strokes. That's also in that in that video I described it, and it goes into diff. Diff is also in similarity to technical, and then when it says different strokes. The strokes in reference to a keystroke and to the information pertaining to him being the heir. And then them going there to, you know, he took in these homeless man. It go deep. I'm gonna just tell you that I ain't gonna even break the whole thing down. But anyway, the NIST, the diff, God, all of that is broken down into that. Y'all really gotta see that. So now check this out on NIST. NIST in shorthand for Network and Information System. It refers to electronic communications networks, devices, or groups of interconnected devices that automatically process digital data. That's just a brief summary. There's more to it, but you know, you guys can look it up, but just so you can get it. So as you know, you are an electronic body, right? You have an informational system. Your entire body is a network of nerves and everything. That is your network system. And when it comes to interconnected devices, the spirit or the NIST would be an energy. So that Christ,
when you're thinking about a spirit or an energy, that is what they put up when they do, like when you're doing those rituals in church and you're praying and this and that, y'all raising all that vibration. That's what that is. That is a NIS energy. It's a network. Everyone is putting into the network their information, their everything that they're doing. It's just building up that energy. And that is what is tapped into and pulled out of a person and used in surplus, believe it or not.
Right. Really, you know what else is to add on to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the main board that controls all digital platforms?
The motherboard.
The motherboard. Why would they call it the motherboard? Right? Because when they came to America, America was gridded out. To this day, you in a plane, you look down at America from a plane, you're gonna see grids. Go ahead.
Yes. So when it comes to that, guys, we just got to remember, this stuff is like clear as day when you got your mind open to the truth and the light. The word, the truth, the light, they all come together. They coincide.
True light.
Okay,
true
check
light.
it out. Right. This is the mystery. I'm gonna read this part again. This is the mystery of the afterlife, in that it parallels with life, because this is what they use to convert you, using your information system, your network, your electrolysis, which is your electromagnitude, which is what your spirit versus your soul. Your soul is your inner light, your true being, and then the spirit, which is actually the information, the network information system. So now you have your network information system. And what happens is it's impeded upon by things, by food, by air, by water, by nanoparticles, by this, by that, by everything that we always talk about. So now, when that's impeded upon, this is your when impeded upon, right? This is your this is what happens when your wave formatted information, the wave format, the information that formats your cells, the information that formats your brain waves, the information that actually writes information on your brain, rewriting information on your brain as to what it wants, opposed to what your soul wants and perceives or is planning to do, because your soul is the imaginative part of you, the image, the picture of light that actually protrudes and it actually manifests and brings the things into the reality, right? So now we have that soul that is going against it, and you're having the issue. Dang it. Hold on, I gotta get my baby food out of it. Hold on, guys, I'll be right back.
So the soul needs tissue to wipe his ass when it takes a shit. No, I'm just playing. Now, sis had to go and do something real quick. My phone dying. This shit just died. I plugged it up. It's still on 5%. So I'm trying to ride out with y'all, as long as we can. You know what I'm saying? It ain't we go ride out until this motherfucker hang up, because she got the babies and everything, so I got her back, But the information, man, we gotta basically use discernment with information, because there's so much more coming out. Nobody's going to ever know everything. Nobody on the planet is never going to know everything. It's impossible for one person on the planet to know everything. So what we got to do, everything that you got, like what you just shared, Free Paul, I like that information. The Rome, how they, the Romans killed the fucking Christians and all that, because they were about Catholicism, and they changed that shit from Catholicism to Catholicism. But you know what I'm saying, that right there, that's a jewel. I'm not gonna debate what you just said. That's some good shit to me. So I treat people information the way that I would expect mine to be treated. But a lot of times mine is kind of, talked about, but then niggas end up using it or remembering that it was spoken of, and then they go and challenge it later and find information. Me, I tell anybody, don't believe what I say. Challenge what I say. Challenge with Sister Soul Shade. Challenge everything everybody say. That's how you get deeper into answers. Real talk, you know what I'm saying? This is all about us correcting the problem that been brought to us. It's not about us correcting us against them. No, we got to correct their shit, because we're trying to remove them off of our land. You know what I'm saying? That's the main goal. Yeah, I knew about that. The Bible in Ethiopia too. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the guys and goddesses in the back. You know what I'm saying? I'm a motherfucking wild Indian, so I snap. And I don't even be pissed. I cuss a motherfucker out, and I'm not even mad. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I'm a wild Indian. I got a lot of energy, and it's just coming back to me. So I'm kind of turned up right now because I was like down for 2 3 days. But I'm ready back to get to this motherfucking work and get this work out here. You know what I'm saying? The more we drop jewels and information to each other, the more we can share the information with other people. Don't believe it. If you don't believe it, then just challenge it. Find the answers to it once you challenge it, and you'll be shocked. Like, wow, it's, it's it's a lot of information out here. Just like the city of gold, they call Monte Carlo or whatever. I got pictures of the city of gold. I shared them with sis. If sis get back, she'll tell you. I sent her pictures of the cities of gold. You know what I'm saying? Why ain't people talking about that? Because a lot of times we're not told that it's cities made out of gold. It's temples, what they call churches. We made them out of gold, solid gold. The whole wall in the back behind the preacher, solid gold. It's a lot of stuff we got to catch up with. Back, sis?
Yep. You
Oh,
ready,
okay,
bro?
good. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's get it. Yeah, let's get to this goodies. It says, I'm going to read this part over and keep moving on, guys. This is the mystery of the afterlife in that it parallels life because as men and women, this is how we seek and see our life journey, our journey of awareness as being so. Their journey of awareness as being so by being able to impede on the energies. That's what I'm saying. By paralleling with, like I was just saying, surplusing the energy, using the energy, weighing on the energies of others, the ones in weaker in nature, the low vibration frequencies, the ones that aren't able to stand strong and tall in themselves. So now they're able to be manipulated, you know? So let's talk
Hey,
about the
sis, sis,
organized
sis, sis,
celebration.
hold up, sis,
Yeah,
sis.
go
My
ahead.
phone dying. My phone finna hang up on everybody. I love the chat. I love everybody. I love my Indians. Yo, we got to keep fighting and getting this information. Share information. Stop debating. Let's get all this information out. I catch up with y'all, sis. I'm gonna hit you later with my phone charge up.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, peace and love.
Yes. Electrical, we are. Yes. When we cough and blow the nose, we get more electrical. Yes, yes, it cleans out all of the mucus that should not be in there, and it's just so much of relief. That's what's going on now. Probably, my body is trying to get rid of some mucus, and this humidity. It's like 100 and something today. It's 100 and something every day, but it's like 102 or something right now, and I think I'm having a problem just getting it up. I should probably be drinking some warm tea, but I hate drinking warm tea when it's warm. But I'll probably make some. I had my water this morning to get my system right. That's another thing, guys. A little some boiled water with some key lime in the morning. That's going to get everything, all the bacteria out of your system, so on and so forth. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, bro. That's how we say things. Okay, guys, we're gonna read a little bit more of this. Oh, we at over 4 hours, guys. We got to keep this. I should have made this a part two, but it was good to be able to elaborate a little bit on it. I appreciated the bill. It says, by this covenant, the transition into spirit shall be celebrated in parallel to the celebrations of life in the physical. This shall be both in recognition that in spirit we are reborn to begin our understanding of greater life as a child of awareness, even if we have lived a great and long life. Furthermore, these organized celebrations are in recognition that when a man or woman dies, their journey is never over, but just beginning. NATO is birth as spirit celebration in time. Baptism, age of 2, the Adventist, age of 12, the Bell birth, Bell, you know what Bell is, the birth of at the age of 19, they use the Bell E spirit. Okay, and then we have Genius at the age of 33. That's why they say that the 33rd degree. Bow ideal, 50 to 70. The Hoga Sophia, 70 to who knows what. Resolution, the moment of dying to our selfish hates and angers. The lesser emotions of being a man or woman is a resolution. That is the death of the physical. And, we went into that with the Tirthankara, the death of the physical, going over to the death and coming back over the portable passageway, the rebirth, which is actually the true Christ, the Tirthankara information. Union, the moment of union to higher spirit of both self and the universe as one, that we gain our true selves by dying to our lesser selves. The moment of truth, the union, yin and yang. And you guys can see the dot, the black dot, and there's a square encompassed there. We see that is the union, they say, black and white, the moment of union to the higher spirit of both self and universe as one, that we gain our true selves by dying to our lesser selves. Now, in this aspect, this is actually so true when it comes to you in the abundance, right? But when they're talking about a union, that's two things coming together. If you are you, it's only that one person, that one true energy. You is energy. Look it up. You is energy. So when it comes to you, it's only the one true energy. So when they're talking about a you in ion union, a you, that's you. We're talking about you. And then we're talking about you being in what? In an ion, a different ionosphere. The different ionosphere, right? So the you in a different ionosphere would be the moment of union to the higher spirit that they talk about. That's that higher spirit that they want to have you in tune to, of both the self and the universe as one. So you are the universe. Check this out. It says the both self and the universe as one. But if you are the universe is you, it is inside of you, you are part of the same ether. How can that be two separate things? So there has to be another spiritual entity that wants to impede on you to have a unization. This would be the Nis spirit, the overcoming of the spirit, the consumption of that energy, that great spirit that they're talking about, right? That we gain our true self, so that they gain theirs. So how can we be a self? We gain our true self. That's a lie. That's an oxymoron, right? How can it be true that you are a self? Selves is two persons. It says that we is two, and it says that we gain our is more than the plural, right? And it says true self. How can it be a true self of the union of one, which is yourself coming into the knowing of you, the knowing of self, right? It says by dying to our lesser self. And in true actuality, that would be dying to the lower aspects of the physical when it comes to you and your carnal mind. So that would be different from this particular extent where the union, the you in the ion being transferred or being shared, right, with the lesser spirit. So that's pretty much that, guys. We definitely almost at 4 hours and 30 minutes. Y'all know I don't like to go too long. This was definitely a great build. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll probably do a part two, just to kind of get a little more information out on it, because there's definitely a lot more information I could have went into, but I didn't want to go specifically only into this. I wanted to show some other things as well. So yes, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. It's been a great chat. Even you, Free Papa, appreciate you, being in the chat, boy, brother, and giving your information, from your aspect. But I just hope that when doing so and giving information, you're open to, information as well, which could be even changing the thought that you have by saying something different. Yes. SELF. Elf. Elf. Yes, absolutely, brother. Elf energy. All right, guys. Peace, love. Yes. Appreciate you, brother, as well. Peace, love, blessings, and I am out.